Good morning, good evening, good after freaking noon, depending on who you are and where you are and why you are and what you are. Today, because I am feeling somewhat ornery, actually, I'm once again watering my yard. And so today I'm watering my yard, and the stream will have to cut out every well, not cut out, but the stream will I'll take breaks in about 18 minutes. I'm going to take a break, and then about every 45 minutes thereafter I'm going to take a break to move sprinklers around and things like that. So this will be somewhat disjointed. I do apologize. Any of you who are watching the live stream, obviously this would not apply to the not live stream, except some people in my audience are really fucking stupid. So I need to make it clear that only for the purpose of the live stream, there's a link in the live chat, which will be available to you during the live stream portion, not if you're watching this after the live stream portion. You could come up on panel if you want to discuss some things with me or ask questions or whatever. If it will make things easier for you. There is one caveat. Caveat is that you have to have your face showing. If you're going to say something up on my live panel, you are going to put your face where your mouth is. You're not going to, you don't have to put your name out there, but your face will be forever associated with the words that you say. So the internet will forever know how fucking stupid you are. Or, they'll know that you're a genuine person who has genuine questions of law. And on that basis, we can proceed. So if you're interested in coming up, the link is pinned. It should be pinned. If it's not pinned, someone I'm sure will let me know. Will you play some Fats Domino? Is that what you want, tomatoes? So anyway, here we go. For some reason, Michael Ehline is streaming in vertical mode, which I don't know why he would do that unless he's filming on his cell phone. Also, I noticed that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ad breaks, and he has them all slammed up at the front of his video. He's got to make those dollary dues. The man has made how much fucking money? The man has made how much fucking money, and he still is just dancing for the dollars. Just dance, monkey dance. I mean, he's running short. He's got to okay. All right. So we are hooked up with Fats Waller since Tomatoes requested it. Hey, Frog, how you doing, buddy? I hope everything is just peachy keen on your side of the pond. So today, let's jump into it without any further ado. Let's hear the stupid shit that's going to fall out of Michael Ehline's mouth and or his fat fucking sidekick, Jabba the Butt.
Hey, happy Friday, everybody. BZ Watchdog and I have been here having an emergency panic attack, trying to figure out why my microphone keeps on shutting down on me. We're having some issues with StreamYard as well, some connectivity issues. But anyways, we're going to talk a little bit today about time, place, and manner restrictions at the U.S. Post Office. Let's go ahead and kick it off. To another edition of Ask Michael Ehline. This is where I teach people the law in an unorthodox manner by using examples that you see in the news, case law briefs, but it's all about exposing the Leviathan and its instrumentalities and taking back your rights. Know the law and mean to keep it well. Come here to learn from an expert to know your right. Make sure to like and subscribe. Make sure to save, because we never know when the thought police are going to take down the channel. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and have BZ talk to you a little bit about his video while I go ahead and cue this other stuff up.
All right, well, for those of you guys who saw it yesterday, we're just going to trying to get Michael kind of do a little breakdown from legal analysis so we can go over time, place, and manner when you can be trespassed from a public facility or area.
Yeah, that's about right. So basically what I'm going to try to do, by the way, I'm filming in vertical. I have gotten mixed reviews on the whole vertical filming thing. And obviously I need you guys to tell me if my mic mutes out.
Man, good now.
Okay, good. So I've gotten some mixed messages on the vertical viewing. My kids say vertical is the way to go. Nobody looks at their phone sideways. So 99% of my viewers, at least on my business website, do the phone view. BZ thinks the phone view is the way to go, but I have gotten a few mixed messages. So just know that I'm listening.
On his business website? On his business website. Okay. Like is making videos to mislead and miseducate the public at business for you, Mikey?
Listening to all you guys. But what we're going to do is we're going to play.
I just know that when you do it in vertical mode, Mike, it actually sends the notifications out more and gets up in the algorithm in fact, it even throws your live feed into the shorts.
All right. So Tom Peters respectfully requests and states that 2 times is too fast for him. So we are going to we're going to slow it down for Tom. If you think that's too slow, well, blame Tom. Tom put his name out there and he asked politely. So we're going to go for it at 1.5 times. That's as slow as I'm willing to go for these 2 fuckwits.
All right. Well, that's good to know. So really quick, I want to queue up your video. I haven't done that yet. Just tell people a little bit about what happened to you with Laquifa at the post office. And
good old Lakeisha Washington. Yeah. She's my best friend. So I should have brought her some food or something. Maybe like a orange drink or something.
This motherfucker is wearing a green shirt and he's so fucking fat that his green screen filter seems to think that his fat ass is a fucking curtain. Jesus, ever loving Christ. Like I'm not a huge fan of making fun of the way people look, but like, you are a circus freak, sir. You belong in a circus freak show. You are massive. You are unhealthy, sir. You're not a little overweight. Like, holy Jesus. Like, if you ever have an issue, the fire department is going to have to cut out the motherfucking wall to haul your fat ass out. Jesus, ever loving Christ.
Or something. We could have been best.
Imagine the difficulty this motherfucker has wiping his ass. Do you think he even does it? Or did he get one of those sticks?
But no, I mean, it turned out to be, I've never, this is the first time I had an audit go south where I ever had the police called on me. I'm a big burly guy, as everybody knows. I'm not
burly. This motherfucker says he's burly. He's burly. Dude, that's fat, not burl.
I'm not very confrontational. I don't get in people's faces. In fact, when I do my audits, I don't even say anything to anybody. I just go walk in with my camera. I don't engage unless I've been engaged. Kind of like the old Marine Corps rules of engagement, Mike. Don't engage unless fired upon first. It's kind of how I do it.
Yeah.
Well, because you got poster 7, you got that fine line of disorderly conduct, harassment, and anything else they might want to throw at you. So you don't want to give them a reason before you even get started. But by going in there, your First Amendment protected activity of freedom of press, just going and filming according to their poster 7, you can take pictures in the lobbies.
Poster 7 is a fucking poster. It's a poster. Everybody remember that. There's a lawyer who's sitting on this stream with this fat fuck who just heard this fat fuck talk about poster 7 and didn't say, well, you know what, BZ, just so you know, poster 7 is what we like to call a poster. Legal significance, fuck all. It's a poster.
Foyers, hallways, and corridors. So, I don't impede any traffic. I just kind of go through and take some pictures, stand in a corner, try to observe the interaction between the government employees and the public, and then I'll go to the other side of the building. I might take a little footage of the cameras, that I didn't give them permission to film me, but I take that footage and and I hang out for about typically 15 minutes observing, and then I get in line, and depending on the size of the line, how long they take, sometimes that could be 5 minutes more or less getting in line, and sometimes.
I think actually Thief Damon Jones weighs less than this dude. Like, Thief Damon Jones is fat as fuck, but this dude is so much more unhealthy. Well, yeah, lawyers lie. Welcome to reality, Ramondo. I said I was sorry to placate people, but I wanted to make everybody sure that they knew that I wasn't sorry.
20 minutes in, that allows me to prolong my stay filming and conducting a transaction, which I'm trying to help participate in that $6.5 billion loss by buying one stamped envelope at a time.
Yeah.
Good old 88 cents, man, I'm telling you. This is the first time the cops were called on me.
So what the actual issue is, Tom, is that since they can misinterpret, poster 7 doesn't track the language in what is it, 39 CFR or whatever it is. It doesn't track that language exactly. It's slightly rewritten. And because it's slightly rewritten, it's a little bit easier for them to misconstrue it. So they don't follow statutes or regulations, as Poster 7 is based on regulations. But they do, just like every sovereign citizen out there, they do try to misinterpret statutes and misinterpret laws if they think that it bolsters their position, because they think like the law is a lot more fuzzy than it really is. And unfortunately, the law isn't actually as fuzzy as they want it to be. Yeah, there's little gray areas on the edges of every law out there, but 99 times out of 100, the law is pretty clear, and judges are going to interpret the law in a way that makes sense and that closes off some of the fuzziness. 39 CFR 232.1 says Cheeky Monkey. I'm sure it's probably that one. I haven't looked at it in a while, so you'll have to forgive me if I don't remember exactly.
I ain't gonna lie. When you're dealing with unreasonable and uneducated cops,
Yeah.
The goal is to secure your persons and go home safely at the end of the day. I call that auditor safety, citizen safety.
Auditor safety.
Fuck that officer safety shit. I don't care about them.
Well, Willie B says, get down on your knees and say you're sorry. So,
Well, Billy B, you get on your knees and tell me you love me after this video. How about that?
and I want to say hello to the classic one and thank you, Let's OTBO and Willie B for showing up. Chevy, as always, thanks for coming. I did try to notify you all early this morning so we could do this today. And,
yeah, they tell me if next time someone asks me if I have permission, I'm gonna tell them I don't have any Parmesan to go with that spaghetti.
Katie.
The fat guy turns a reference into a food reference, and not just any reference to food, but a reference to a high carb food that's going to be fattening. Way to break stereotypes there, BZ.
Katie Kidman says, I've audited many post offices, and 9 times out of 10, there's a problem with a customer or employee. So Katie Kidman,
I agree with her.
Katie,
so let's look at, this is 232.1. Thank you again, Cheeky Monkey, for pointing it out. This is the actual language of the restriction. Photographs for news, advertising, or commercial purposes. So again, it has to be for news, advertising, or commercial purposes, right? In order for this to apply. This isn't just, casual photographing for yourself, taking a selfie just because you want to take a selfie. You think you look pretty that day. It says, except as prohibited. So this only applies unless it's prohibited, right? Except as prohibited means that this section only applies unless it's prohibited. That's your first clue, right? So as soon as it's prohibited, this section no longer applies, except as prohibited by official signs or the directions of security force personnel or otherwise personnel, or by a federal court order or rule, right? So how can it be prohibited? Well, it could be prohibited by an official sign. What makes a sign official? Well, if it's put up by someone from the post office, or the directions of security force personnel or other authorized personnel. How do you know if they're authorized or not? You don't. You'll find out. I mean, if you're charged with violating this particular statute, which you probably won't be, but if you are, you'll probably be charged with it, and you'll find out whether or not they're authorized. And I'll bet you that 99.99 times out of 100, they're going to be authorized, because it's not a huge bar. There's no legal requirement for authorization. If the postmaster for that particular post office appears and says, yeah, that person was authorized to tell them no, they couldn't film, case closed, problem solved. What are you going to do? Tell him he's lying? Or by federal court order or rule. So there's lots of ways it can be prohibited, right? So first of all, it only applies for news, advertising, commercial purposes. Second, it can be prohibited. It can be prohibited. And the allowance to film is only allowed if it's not prohibited, right? So photographs for news purposes may be taken in entrances, lobbies, foyers, corridors, or auditoriums when used for public meetings. So the next question is how does this read? Is it auditoriums when used for public meetings? Or is it entrances when used for public meetings, lobbies when used for public meetings, foyers when used for public meetings, corridors when used for public meetings, or auditoriums when used for public meetings? That's a great question, because of the way commas work. Who knows? but in favor, just so everybody, and then it says other photographs may be taken only with the permission of the local postmaster or installation head. So if you want to take a photograph any other place, you have to get permission ahead of time. So, but the thing is that you're most likely not going to be charged under this statute. This statute is most likely not going to be the thing. You're most likely going to be trespassed. The police are going to come out and they're going to trespass you. And BZ Watchdog knows it because he's like, you know what? My primary goal is to get out of there without getting arrested. And that's great. You know that you face liability, criminal liability, if you stick around and you get trespassed and the police show up and arrest you for trespassing. So there you go. I try to educate them for post like I don't understand what these fuckers think when they think they're going to educate someone. Like who's the new CP guy? Jack Diddle and Jack, right? Diddle and Jack held himself out to be a law enforcement educator. Now, what gives him that authority? There's nothing that gives him that authority. There's nothing that suggests that a police officer is going. It's not like they're signing up to go to a class that's taught by this fat fuck BZ Watchdog. You know, it's not like he has some title that makes him an authority. It's not like he's the postmaster general or whatever. I mean, why would anyone want to learn from you? You're just some random fucking fat slob off the street with no credentials who comes into the post office acting an ass. And all of a sudden you think that they're going to be like, oh, well, you know what? This is a learning moment for me. I'm going to go ahead and try to learn about this poster 7 that for some reason you think you know more about than anybody else in the whole goddamn world. But at the end of the day, you're trying to educate me about a motherfucking poster. Who the fuck are you? You should be watching this one. Holy shit. How long has it been on the wrong screen and none of you motherfuckers told me? None of you motherfuckers told me.
Who's the situation so it doesn't come to law enforcement? And I try to educate them for their poster 7. And she's right. About 9 out of 10 times, you can get that whole education thing going on. But those 2 out of like 14 times I've done it.
You mean 9 out of 10 times they will humor you and be like, yeah, okay, fat boy. Sure. That's great. Thank you. Now, will you fucking take your fat, stinky ass out of here? Because you know he stinks. You cannot be that fat and not stink. You're going to have that under titty sweat, the fat fold sweat, where you're going to be growing all sorts of fungus and shit because it's just going to be hot and humid between those folds and ain't nowhere getting there. Imagine the smell of him. And you know he's diabetic, so he's going to have that sickly sweet smell to him all the time, drinking sugary sodas, letting his diabetes run away with him. You know this motherfucker stinks. You know he stinks. And he's probably too fat to get in the shower. I mean, look at the man. He's probably too fat to get in the shower. And he's probably too fat to wash all those folds. So even if he is fresh out of whatever morbidly obese shower that he has, if he has one, even if he's fresh out of it, he's still probably not clean because he can't reach all those folds. He can't get under everything. He's probably not strong enough to lift his fucking front gut, his fupa. You know he stinks. I just want you to know that this motherfucker is a stinky motherfucker. You know it. I know it. He knows it. He could show up to like a wedding, like as fresh and pristine as he could ever be. And he would still reek of that stale, yeasty bullshit. All right. Since no one's up here to entertain, we are going to do a little Fats Waller while I go change where the sprinklers are. So enjoy.
Everybody loves my baby, but my baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me. Everybody wants my baby, but my baby don't want nobody but me. That's plain to see. She's got a form like Venus. Honest, I ain't talking Greek. No one can come between us. She's my Sheba. I'm a she. That's why everybody loves my baby. But my baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me. That's it, serenade my baby. And when my baby kisses me upon my rosy cheek, I just let those kisses beat to wash my face for weeks. That's why everybody does my baby, but my baby don't love nobody but me. Nobody but me. She better not.
All right. For those of you who are coming in late, no, you didn't take a wrong turn. I am currently watering not my lawn. My lawn actually has a sprinkler system built into it. The like the backyard and like the plantings around the front yard. The previous owners had put in like drip irrigation lines, and every summer they rats, mice, bunnies, squirrels, groundhogs, things like that, whatever, will chew holes in these things to get the moisture out. And so like I spend all my fucking time replacing that shit, trying to find it, replace it. It's so much work, and it's so irritating and annoying and obnoxious that this year I was like, F it. I'm just gonna use the sprinklers. I bought a couple sprinklers off of Amazon, and it's been working out pretty good. Each section gets wetter. Wetter. So yeah. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm just a first-year family law attorney. Second, snip and spray sprinklers. Yeah, I don't want to leave them out again. Like if I leave a hose with water in it out here, small animals will chew through it. So yeah, I've got a couple cats. I thought we were down to one cat, but apparently we have two cats again. The magic of cats. But I mean, there's so much. There are so many small animals out here that it's not happening unless I turn into like Cat Lady or something like that. So no. All right. So anyway, back to Dumb and Dumber. Back to Dumb and Dumber.
Woo, woo, woo. Just depends where you're at.
Yeah, in fact, you know what? The suspense is killing the viewers.
Misuse of 911 calls. That's all I can say, dude.
The suspense is killing.
Is it really a misuse of 911 calls? Like, show me who got charged with it. That's all I want to say. Show me one instance where one motherfucker got charged. One post office employee got charged with abusive 911 calls for calling it out on some fat motherfucking ignorant auditor who wants to educate him about poster motherfucking 7.
Killing 'em.
Called all the armed men with guns to come get me. Hey, you're not going to go back and play the 911 call though?
Oh yeah.
Well, they kept asking me while I was recording. I tried to give them a big.
I play the whole bad chicken. I got all recording.
And then when I tried to ask for their name and title, make sure you don't turn off your body cam so that it's firing under 42 section.
Yeah,
242 and 241.
Boy.
Just film me. First Amendment, freedom of press. Their poster 7, which governs the rules and regulations on federal property.
Was that motherfucker trying to quote like a federal code section to say that they can't delete their body cams? Like, why would they in the first place? First of all, why would they delete it in the first place? Like, he thinks that they're doing something terribly wrong, but I don't think that they've done anything wrong yet.
Property says I can.
All right. So yeah, I am going to play it from the beginning, but I like to, kind of like go into the meat of the thing sometimes, because that poster 7 is.
But at the beginning of this, I do play the trailer. So the trailer.
We're going to do it all. We're going to do it all, Big Dog. But I want the audience to know what's going on. So poster 7 is the post office, basically paperwork or authorization that says that journalists are allowed to film at the post office.
Poster 7 is a motherfucking poster. You're a fucking attorney, dude. Act like one. Is it a statute? No, it's a poster. Is it a regulation? No. Is it a post? It's a poster. Is it a court order? No, it's a poster. It's a fucking poster, dude. You're not going to roll up the motherfucking fucking poster and bring it into the courthouse with you to try to make the judge think that somehow poster 7 is anything. You're going to point to the regulation. You're going to point to the statute. It's a fucking poster, you ignoramus.
And of course, we know that
he calls himself a legal historian. Jesus fucking Christ.
The modern view with the academia says the only way you can be a journalist is if it's government approved. But we all know that the whole point of journalism was because they didn't trust the government. So the last thing you want is the government having anything to do with information or telling you what truth or falsity is, because these are.
You hold this stupid fat fuck below you as some sort of a FOIA expert. And guess what a FOIA is? Freedom of Information Act. Guess what they get to do? They get to figure out what information they're going to give you under the Freedom of Information Act. They act as gatekeepers, dude. And you accept it by saying this motherfucker's a FOIA expert. You are accepting that the government controls information.
Politicians, their whole lives are based upon lies and deceit. And we also know that police have the right to lie. So our only bulwark, our only protection is each other in forming our own parallel systems of people that we like and trust. And then we ban and banish those people from our systems. We never let them back once they've betrayed us. And that's the reality.
So our protection against this is to form little fucking echo chambers where we don't actually conform our views to reality, but we lie to each other and we spin each other up in these self-delusions about power that we don't have, that we, by our very fucking actions, show we don't have. Like, notice where BZ the fat fuck was when the cops rolled in. Was he inside? No, he was not. Why? Because the motherfucker knew he had been trespassed, and if he was still up in there, there is a good chance the motherfucker's getting arrested. And he probably don't like jail food. He probably likes any food, but he'd prefer to have larger portions that they wouldn't give him in jail.
Reality of how we can survive. Now, what I wanted to share with everybody is that I've done extensive research on traditional and non-traditional forums, and that one of my lawyers, Alan Beck, is one of the best for
traditional and non-traditional forums. You mean public forums and non-public forums? Oh, it's a traditional public forum. And it's what, a non-traditional public forum? No, it's a public forum and a non-public forum. You can call it a traditional public forum. That's fine. But at the end of the day, the analysis for a traditional public forum is the same thing as for any other public forum that has been designated as a public forum, or that has been made into a public forum by use over time. So the traditional public forums are streets and parks and sidewalks, but you can have like a courtyard, like if a city center has always allowed speech activities to be unregulated, and just, if it's treated, that courtyard, as a public forum for long enough, then it could be a public forum, even though it's not a quote traditional public forum, and even though there's no authorization designating it as a designated public forum. So you're stupid, and your misuse of the language shows that you're stupid. And uneducated, I should say. You're uneducated. Maybe you're not stupid. I mean, reasonable minds can reasonably disagree on whether or not you're stupid. But you're definitely definitely not educated on this topic.
First and Second Amendment lawyers in the country. So I have an traditional forums, and that one of my lawyers, Alan Beck, is one of the best First and Second Amendment lawyers in the country.
One of the best. What does that mean? And again, how do you know that he's one of the best? Did he pay for some fucking award? Just like you paid for awards? Or excuse me, did he get other attorneys to vote for him so he could be a top lawyer? Like, what metric? Some people say he's the best first and second. Like, what Supreme Court case did he argue and win on the First and or Second Amendment? Because I would posit to you that the lawyers that actually argue Supreme Court cases on the First and Second Amendment are the top First and Second Amendment attorneys in the United States, because you can't be a fucking slouch and argue cases in front of the Supreme Court.
So I have an arsenal of advanced information to help you understand the evolution of First Amendment and how it applies to traditional and non-traditional forums, of which the U.S. Post Office is a non.
Have you asked this dummy to come onto your channel and talk to you about it? Well, so here's the thing. I don't think that would be terribly helpful. I don't think it would be terribly helpful because he's going to say X and I'm going to say Y, and he's going to say no X. But there's a fucking link. There's a link right now. There's literally a link right now for anybody, as long as they're willing to show their face on camera, to come up and talk to me about it. So have I asked him? No. I have offered up to I've offered up to $20,000 to have a judge, a retired judge, determine who's right and who's wrong. Well, so it's not necessarily that. Like, if you get a pathological liar up there and he's saying the sky is purple and you say, no, the sky is blue, well, you're probably going to win that debate. And the audience can understand the difference, generally speaking, unless they're colorblind. But generally speaking, the audience is going to be able to understand the difference between blue and purple, right? The problem is that the general public isn't going to understand when a lawyer is lying to you and saying, no, I've been a attorney who's practiced civil rights litigation for 20 years. I mean, and he's going to say like Robert Barnes versus potentially criminal. Who's right and who's stupid, right? Well, the average person isn't going to be able to tell. They're just going to say, well, I really like Robert Barnes, so I'm going to go with Robert Barnes, or I really like potentially criminal, so I'm going to go with potentially criminal, etc. So I don't think it's terribly effective. I don't think it's terribly effective. But like I said, if he wants to come up here, the fucking link's up here, right? The fucking link's up. So continuing on.
Non-traditional forum. And we're going to get into that in a little while, but it's really cool having BZ here because the U.S. Post Office is a non-traditional forum.
It is a non-public forum, you dumb fuck. It is a non-public forum. Let's tab instead. I knew this would come up. This is United States versus Kokinda, what we like to call a published Supreme Court case, where it finds that the United States, the Post Office is a non-public forum. Non-public. Not a non-traditional forum, but a non-public forum, as opposed to a public forum, or a limited public forum, or I just said it a minute ago, it starts with a D. Why can't I? Starts with a D. Oh God. Designated public forum. So it's what we're talking about are public forums and non-public forums, not traditional forums or non-traditional forums. Your ignorance shows through in the words that you use, sir. Oops.
Office is a non-traditional forum. And we're going to get into that in a little while, but it's really cool having BZ here because BZ is really going out of his way to learn how to do federal as well as state public records requests. And so this is going to be a little bit longer live stream than normal, but you're going to get a really good education if you actually want to learn the law. Now, if you're here to get entertained or watch,
you're going to get a really good education. Oh, I'm sure, Michael. I'm sure. You're really good. You're batting 1,000 so far, Mikey.
Somebody yell at cops or get your cuss a lot, this isn't the show for you. BZ is a really level-headed, evenly keeled former Marine. and he really does his research. And I think that he's up there with Long Island audits with respect to his demeanor and mannerisms. But I think that honestly, he's more educated when it comes to the law. And I think that he also comes off better with the police. That's just my personal opinion, having worked for a prosecutor as well as done criminal defense, appellate work, and a lot of other different types of law. So I have a really well-rounded experience in appeals and regular law.
So he's saying I am an expert, and he's, instead of pointing at at specific things to show, BZ correctly identified this. Here's the case on point. Here's the statute. Yada yada. Instead of doing that, he says, I am an expert, so you should trust me. Huh. And, well, he's not.
So I really think that everybody should watch BZ Watchdogs.
Now, real quick, before you start, Mike, I noticed you didn't have the description of my channel in your link. And the only reason I'm suggesting that is because I've obtained, and I sent it to your email right as we were starting the stream, but it's on my computer page. Remember that FOIA I did on that memo from the post office?
Yes, I do.
Remember how it was redacted and I had to go find the information?
Yep.
I actually was talking to someone about an hour ago and actually obtained the unredacted actual document from them. And I posted it up on my community page and sent that PDF file over to your email, Mike. So I'm trying to make sure that
So I don't know about that. Cheeky Monkey, I think it was you. Maybe it was someone else. I thought it was Cheeky Monkey. There was somebody in my comment section who said that they tried to FOIA that same particular document from the post office. And the post office returned it back with no such document exists. So that makes me wonder. That makes me question it. We haven't seen any of the paperwork that BZ submitted to the post office or received from it. And I understand that I'm taking the word of some random person on the internet who says that they tried to do it, but I'm not entirely sure that I trust BZ. So I'm questioning it kind of like from the get. So just so you know. Now, does that particular document make or break anything? No, it doesn't. Oh God, that's fucking vicious. Funny but vicious.
We have records of all this, so that way, if anybody wants to go do a post office audit, they can put that document in their hands to show law enforcement or the postal employees if they want to do an education. If they want to just get confrontational, that's on them. I'd rather educate and walk away without the force cuffs being put on or getting trespassed.
All right. So right now, I'm actually, as we're talking, I'm going over to this YouTube video in the description, and I'm typing @BZ Watchdog. So I'm
anybody in the chat room that wants to get a good look at that unredacted memo from the United States Postal Inspection Service, which is the agency that rules, governs, and enforces laws on postal property, you're more than welcome to go over to my channel in the community tab and look at that document, so you can see what their memo is.
Rules, governs, and enforces laws. Rules, governs, and enforces laws. Yes, Navy Girl, it is a non-public forum as opposed to a non-traditional forum, as Ehline likes to say.
Is on how they're supposed to deal with First Amendment auditors or anybody with a camera. So if you decide to come become an auditor one day, or just a citizen moseying on into the postal office with your camera on, that way you know what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do.
Yeah, and thanks April Rain and Brick and Drophead 74 and Mama Lion too for showing up. Love seeing.
And again, why would a memo be controlling? Why wouldn't, I don't know, the regulation be controlling? Why wouldn't the actual law be controlling? I mean, they're so desperate to point to a poster or a fucking memo. Why not point to the fucking law? Why not point to the goddamn law? You're a lawyer, motherfucker. Well, not the fat fuck below you. Fucking Jabba the Hutt looking motherfucker. Jesus Christ. From this angle, he really does look like Jabba the Hutt. If you put a fucking frog in front of this dude, I wonder if he would eat it. I'll bet he would. I'm not talking frog legs either, like a live frog. Oh, rah, 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 rah.
And you guys here. So he's
that bad chicken. We're ready whenever you want, Mike.
I want to roll this bad chicken. I'm going to go ahead and play it now, guys.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
This bean footage is a little bit longer than what y'all are used to, so you know.
It's about 35 minutes, I think, something like that.
Yeah, we're going to stop it and narrate and stuff as we go.
So Tomatoes has a question. Does Poster 7 reference a law or statute? It references 39 CFR 232.1 in its entirety. It has all of this stuff on it. It's conduct on postal property. let's see if we go to poster 7 USPS. Shall this tab instead? So you have well, conformity with signs and directions. Let's start there. No, actually, let's start there. So there's conduct on postal property, applicability. Share this tab instead. There's applicability. They have applicability in here. Oh, look, there's applicability. First thing. Second thing is inspection recording presence. Second thing is inspection recording presence. Third thing over here is preservation of property. Preservation of property. Next thing over here is conformity with signs and directions. You get the point, I'm sure. Next thing over here is conformity with signs and directions. The thing is that this right here is phrased slightly different on poster 7. So it says photographs for news purposes may be taken instead of except as prohibited by official signs. So you see that. So you see poster 7 rewords ever so slightly the official regulations. And I don't know why they did that. I don't know if that was intentional or unintentional, but it's a thing. So there you go. You're welcome.
I'm not hearing too well. This is up all the way too, homie.
I have to stop recording. What law says that?
So that's Laquifa, right?
Yeah, that is Lakeisha Washington.
Oh, Lakeisha, okay.
Or
LaQuisha. Maybe that is her name. But that sounds, a little demeaning or insulting off the get.
Laquifa, you're right.
LaQuifa. Is this person's name really LaQuifa, or are they just being assholes?
I just wasn't sure. I thought it was Laquifa.
What's your name and title, ma'am?
What did she ask?
You.
What did she?
All right. So they called all the armed men with guns to come get me today.
I got a name that we know.
Oh, sir, you're not gonna get my identification unless I committed a crime, sir. They don't want you. Sir, for what reason? I wasn't being disorderly.
It doesn't matter. They don't get
It is, sir.
Make it like, okay, if you do this, then
There's no if. I asked you if I don't leave. You said you will arrest me for trespassing. I've not been issued a criminal trespass.
this is your criminal trespass.
Okay.
You're warning.
And you guys really need to get educated in Texas, guys. Okay. No, but I got 4 people with guns sitting here with badges. You know what I mean? I'm
Right.
arrest.
So, hey, really quick, BZ.
So apparently BZ's in Texas, and he thinks that he is in a position. What is it about people in Texas? Because Diddle and Jack was in Texas, and Diddle and Jack claimed that he was a law enforcement educator. What makes auditors in Texas think that they know more about criminal law than the police do? Like, why? Like, what education does BZ have that a cop doesn't? Does being a Marine somehow magically make you an expert on criminal law to the point where you can educate law enforcement officers on it?
This is something that a lot of people, and I've even seen people challenge you on your own channel, saying, "Oh, well, the local police, they have the right to be there. They have an interagency agreement." And so, can you just kind of tell people what?
Why do they need an interagency agreement? Explain that to me. Let's do. I don't want to get rid of that. I'll get rid of that. It's 40 USC C3112. Yes. Just out of the gate, exclusive jurisdiction is not required. It's not required that the federal government obtain exclusive jurisdiction. So there has to be some sort of notice of acceptance for any land acquired after, was it 1940-ish? Wait, when was this? This was done in, I have a note somewhere. Scrolling. Keep them doggies scrolling raw hard. I think it was. How about that? So this is a case, Adams versus United States. It's what we like to call a published United States Supreme Court case. In this one, there was somebody who got clapped for rape. Three defendants were soldiers were convicted under 18 U.S.C. 451, 457 in the Federal District Court for the Western District of Louisiana for the rape of a civilian woman. The alleged offense occurred within the confines of Camp Claiborne, Louisiana, a government military camp on land to which the government had acquired title at the time of the crime. The ultimate question is whether the camp was at the time of the crime within federal criminal jurisdiction. So this isn't even a post office, Ehline. This is a military base. This is a military base, sir. And it was 1940. So the act of October 9, 1940, 40 USC 255, 3112. This one used to be that 255. They retitled it. Let's see if it says in the notes. See in the notes. Yeah, see source US code. That's where it used to be. 455. I'm sorry, 255. All right, so back to Adams. So 40 USC 255 passed prior to the acquisition of the land on which Camp Claiborne is located. So anything after 1940 is subject to what is now 40 USC 3112. Provides the United States agencies and authorities may, not shall, but may, accept exclusive or partial jurisdictions over land acquired by the United States by filing a notice with the governor of that state in which the land is located or by taking other similar appropriate action. The act further provides unless and until the United States has accepted jurisdiction over the lands hereafter to be acquired as aforesaid, it shall be conclusively presumed that no such jurisdiction has been accepted. The government had not given notice of acceptance of jurisdiction at the time of the alleged offense. The question certified, that's for the petition for writ of certiorari, the questions certified are, number one, is the effect of the act of October 9, 1940, above quoted, to provide that, as to lands within a state thereafter acquired by the United States, zero jurisdiction exists in the United States to enforce the criminal laws embraced in the United States Code, Title 18, Chapter 11, especially Section 457 related to rape by virtue of Section 451 third, as amended June 11, 1940, unless and until a consent to accept jurisdiction over such lands is filed on behalf of the United States as provided in said act. And number two, have the District Court of the Western District of Louisiana jurisdiction on the facts above set out to try and sentence the appellants for the offense of rape committed within the bounds of Camp Claiborne on May 10th, 1942. Since the government had not given notice required by the 1940 Act, it clearly, and if the United States Supreme Court says clearly, unlike your average person, if the United States motherfucking Supreme Court says clearly, then it is clearly. It is clearly. It clearly did not have either exclusive or partial jurisdiction over the camp area, which means which means that state law and state law only applied. The only possible reason suggested as to why the 1940 Act is inapplicable is that it does not require the government to give notice of acceptance of concurrent jurisdiction. This suggestion rests on the assumption that the term partial jurisdiction, as used in the Act, does not include concurrent jurisdiction. The legislation followed our decisions in these cases. These cases arose from controversies concerning the relation of federal and state powers over government property and had pointed to the way to practical adjustments. The bill resulted from a cooperative study by government officials and was aimed at giving broad discretion to the various agencies in order they may obtain only the necessary jurisdiction. The Act created a definite method of acceptance of jurisdiction so that all persons could know whether the government had obtained, quote, no jurisdiction at all, or partial jurisdiction, or exclusive jurisdiction. Both the JAG and the Solicitor of the Department of Agriculture have construed the 1940 Act as required that notice of acceptance be filed if the government is to obtain concurrent jurisdiction. The Department of Justice has abandoned the view of jurisdiction, which prompted the institution of this proceeding, and now advises us of its view that that concurrent jurisdiction can be acquired only by the formal acceptance prescribed in the Act. These agencies cooperate in developing the Act, and their views are entitled to great weight in its interpretation. Besides, we could think of no other rational meaning for the phrase jurisdiction, exclusive or partial, than that which the administrative construction gives it. Since the government has not accepted jurisdiction in the manner required by the Act, the federal court had no jurisdiction of this proceeding. In this view, it is immaterial that Louisiana statutes authorize the government to take jurisdiction, since at the critical time the jurisdiction had not been taken. So their answer to certified question number 1 is yes, and 2 is no. So yes, no jurisdiction exists, and no, the Western District Court of Louisiana, the U.S. District Court of Western Louisiana, did not have jurisdiction. So when Michael Ehline tells you that there has to be some magic to happen in order for a state to have concurrent jurisdiction, he has it ass backwards. In fact, magic has to happen for the federal government to have jurisdiction over that property. The state has it by default. The federal government has to make magic happen to take it over. How about that? How about fucking that? Now, if only there was some way of making this point a little more clear. This is a district court order. It's just a district court order. It's nothing special. This is Richard Wigington versus the state of Illinois. Mr. Wigington was arrested by state peace officers for creating a disturbance in the post office. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? And so what he did is he filed for removal to federal district court because he said that it's a federal enclave. Only the federal government has jurisdiction because I'm in a post office. It's federal. It's federal. So we filed a notice of removal. But the order says, for reasons stated below, this case is not properly removable from the state court under 28 U.S.C. 1443 and is summarily remanded forthwith to the circuit court for the 17th Judicial Circuit, Boone County, Illinois, pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1455b4. Wigington's application is to proceed in form of pauperis is to deny this moot. Well, that's weird. Why? If Ehline's right, why the fuck is the court saying that this is not properly in front of a federal court? Richard Wigington, a pro se defendant, removed this criminal misdemeanor prosecution from the circuit court of the 17th Judicial Circuit, Boone County, Illinois, pursuant to 28 U.S.C. 1443. The state of Illinois is prosecuting Wigington for resisting a peace officer, criminal trespass to real property, and disorderly conduct. Wigington previously filed a pending civil case in this court, seeking to enjoin the state court prosecution and to obtain a declaration that the Illinois criminal trespass statute and disorderly conduct statute are unconstitutional. The actions leading to Wigington's arrest and prosecution occurred in the Belvedere, Illinois post office. That's fucking weird. It occurred in the post office. Why hasn't Ehline done a little bit of fucking research to show you something like this? Why is he waiting for me to do it? Why am I the only one of the two of us who is actually doing a modicum of research and showing, I don't know, statutes, regulations, case law? Fucking weird. I think it means that one of us knows what the fuck he's talking about, and the other one of us is talking out of his asshole. Wigginton argues in his civil case and in the notice of removal in his criminal case that there is exclusive federal jurisdiction over the property of the United States Postal Service. That's exactly what Ehline's arguing. Fucking crazy. And therefore, that the Belvedere police lacked authority to arrest him. The Boone County State's attorney lacks authority to charge or prosecute him, and the Illinois State Court lacks authority to try him for his actions in the Belvedere post office. That is exactly, word for ever fucking word, what Ehline's arguing. Well, let's see what happens. Let's see how this district court for the Northern District of Illinois handles this. A defendant in a state criminal case may remove the case to federal court if the case is, one, against a person who's denied cannot enforce in the courts of such state a right under any law providing for the equal civil rights of citizens of the United States or of all persons within the jurisdiction thereof, or two, for any act under color of authority derived from any law providing for equal rights, or refusing to do any act on the ground it would be inconsistent with such law. When a notice of removal is filed with the federal district court removing a state criminal prosecution, the district court in which such notice is filed shall examine the notice promptly. If it clearly appears on the face of the notice and any and all exhibits annexed thereto that removal should not be permitted, the court shall make an order for summary remand. Wigginton's core objection to his state court prosecution is that he believes the Belvedere Post Office is subject to exclusive federal jurisdiction, precluding any state prosecution for events occurring there. He alleges that the United States Postal Service, USPS, purchased property for the Belvedere Post Office in 1996, which is post 1940, and erected a, quote, needful building, end quote, on the property in 1997, pursuant to authority granted by Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17 of the United States Constitution. He argues the property is exclusive federal property because it is owned by the USPS, quote, a federal agency that is exclusively legislated under Congress as sovereign territory or enclave, end quote, and corresponding regulations governing conduct on USPS property. He contends that the United States Postal Inspection Service is the authorized law enforcement agency for the USPS property unless otherwise specifically governed by statute, so that, absent an agreement between it and another agency, no other law enforcement agency has jurisdiction to enforce any laws on USPS property. He alleges that no such agreement exists. This is like word for word, a pro se motherfucking litigant is arguing almost word for ever loving word what dumbass Ehline is arguing. Word for almost word. Wigginton argues that Congress has occupied, quote, the field of USPS, both as to properties and conduct on said property, thereby preempting state regulation under the Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution, U.S. Constitution, Article 6, Clause 2. Wigginton cites 39 CFR 232.1 P1 in support of his argument. 39 CFR 231.1 P1 provides that, quote, alleged violations of these rules and regulations are heard, and the penalties prescribed herein are imposed either in a federal district court or by a federal magistrate in accordance with applicable court rules. However, 39 CFR section 232.1 P2 states nothing contained in these rules and regulations shall be construed to abrogate any other federal laws or regulations or any state and local laws and regulations applicable to any area in which the postal property is situated. This seems to contemplate concurrent jurisdiction by the state in which the postal property is located. Wigginton also argues this court has jurisdiction under 18 U.S.C. Section 7, subsection 3, which includes, quote, any lands reserved or acquired for use of the United States and under exclusive or concurrent jurisdiction thereof, or any place purchased or otherwise acquired by the United States by consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be for the erection of a fort, magazine, arsenal, dockyard, or other needful building within the term, quote, special maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States, end quote. The statute does not say anything about exclusive federal jurisdiction as opposed to concurrent jurisdiction over, quote, needful buildings, end quote. The congressional authority to acquire land to erect a, quote, needful building, end quote, rests in the Constitution. The United States Constitution grants Congress the authority to, quote, to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever over such district not exceeding 10 miles square as may be by secession of particular states in the acceptance of Congress. become the seat of government of the United States, and to exercise like authority over all places purchased by the consent of the legislature of the state in which the same shall be for the erection of forts, magazines, arsenals, dockyards, and other needful buildings. The U.S. Constitution, however, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17, the United States Constitution provides a permissive, with permissive being italicized for emphasis, grant for the United States to exercise jurisdiction over lands purchased within a state. Acquiring title to property does not require, again, emphasis added, the United States to assume exclusive jurisdiction over the property. The United States only obtains exclusive jurisdiction over property if it follows the statutory procedure set forth in 40 U.S.C. 3112. 40 U.S.C. 3112 provides as follows. We have already gone through it. Under the provisions of Section 3112, it is, emphasis added, conclusively presumed that exclusive jurisdiction over the land by the federal government does not, emphasis added, exist unless the procedure set forth in paragraph B has been followed. Wigginton does not allege this procedure has been followed. He bases his claim to federal jurisdiction on the statutes and regulations noted above, but they do not purport to confer exclusive jurisdiction over the Belvedere Post Office, nor could they, given the specific requirements of 40 U.S.C. 3112, establishes for obtaining exclusive federal jurisdiction over property acquired in a state by the federal government. Wigginton argues, citing this Supreme Court case, that while exclusive federal court jurisdiction over cases arising under federal law has been the exception rather than the rule, the presumption of concurrent jurisdiction can be rebutted by an explicit statutory directive by implication or by incompatibility between state court jurisdiction and federal interests. However, as discussed above, 40 U.S.C. 3112 is the explicit federal statutory directive on when there is exclusive federal jurisdiction over federally owned property in a state. Wigginton also cites U.S. versus Kokinda as support for his claim of exclusive federal jurisdiction. In Kokinda, individuals who were arrested on postal property by postal inspectors and tried before a federal magistrate for violating postal service regulations against soliciting on postal service property. But Kokinda says nothing about exclusive federal jurisdiction. Kokinda involved a federal prosecution for a federal rule violation. No question of state enforcement of state law was at issue. And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Wigginton's main argument is that there is exclusive federal jurisdiction over the Belvedere Post Office. Whether the Belvedere Post Office is subject to exclusive federal jurisdiction is governed by 40 U.S.C. 3112, but 40 U.S.C. 3112 is not a federal law providing for specific civil rights, yada, yada. It's not the basis for removal, yada, yada. Anyway, so you get the fucking point. You get the fucking point. I'm not beating this horse to death anymore. You get the point. There are other cases out there. There's U.S. versus Silvers. Out of Kentucky. It goes over what you have to look for in order to figure out. I mean, there's a whole bunch of them. I mean, I just picked a couple of the most recent ones to show that it's like this one was filed in October 22, so it's fairly recent. This one was filed in 2023, and then that Adams one, the Supreme Court case, was back in like 1943. So, but my point is, I think pretty solid. Yes, he did. I mean, it literally said it in the case, Warren. Thank you. It literally said it in the case. So, yeah. So, Ehline, once again, shows he's a fucking retard and doesn't understand a goddamn thing about what he's talking about.
As lawyers, a federal, the local police, they have the right to be there. They have an interagency agreement, and so can you just kind of tell people what's going on? This is, I just want to give context, right? So these are local cops, and they're showing up at what we call as lawyers a federal enclave. This is
prove it. Prove it's federal enclave. Prove under 40 U.S.C. 3112 that the federal government has established exclusive jurisdiction over it. Go ahead and prove it, and when you're done proving it, then come back and tell me. But you don't. You haven't. You have no fucking idea. You're talking out your ass.
Federal land. They have no jurisdictional authority to be there.
The only duty that they have.
And again, he's so fucking stupid that Ehline thinks that any federal land is exclusive federal jurisdiction. How fucking stupid are you, Ehline? You are an embarrassment to lawyers everywhere. And you look like you're picking your nose right now. You're picking your nose behind a giant black penis.
have is to respond to a 911 emergency. The only problem is this was not an emergency. So therefore, Lakeisha Washington violated the law. And
Letitia or Laquifa? And how do you know she violated the law? Show me a fucking court that's ruling on it. If she was violating the law, why didn't your fat ass stand there? I know it's tiring to stand there. Why didn't you stay there and take the criminal trespass and then do like Wiggins did? Wigington, whatever the fuck it was. Why didn't you do like Wigington did and fight it in court? Why don't you sue her? Why don't you sue the USPS? Why don't you sue those cops? Why don't you do it? Ehline, why don't you represent him in it? You're licensed in Texas. He was in Texas. Now's your chance. Show me I'm wrong, Ehline. Show me I'm wrong. You won't because you're a pussy. Show me I'm wrong. Both of you are pussies. You're just one's a really fat pussy.
Conducted a misuse of 911 emergency services for a constitutionally protected activity. And don't worry, I wanted to make sure that video aired and got out first for public outcry before the complaints and the lawsuits came.
Well, bring the lawsuit. Let's see the lawsuit.
Say hi to Brett Ray, by the way. Thank you, Brett, for supporting our show.
Yeah, Brett Ray, you know what? You're the man. You know what, though? Instead of donating over there to Michael, maybe just throw some in my bucket, man.
Yeah, throw some stuff to BZ, and also grab a couple of my books. You know, I got a book on how I became a lawyer with no law degree, and that'll help me be able to fund my visits to Texas when
I don't even know who this Wigington is, but if apparently he's an auditor. Apparently he's an auditor. I found him just through a little bit of research, just through digging around a little bit. Amazing.
I go down there to bail BZ Watchdog out of jail.
Yeah. Actually, what I'd like Brett to do is actually subscribe to my channel because I never see him in my premieres or live streams.
Oh, definitely, guys. Everybody who's on my channel definitely needs to be supporting BZ. BZ has always been super hardcore and gung-ho about supporting my mission, which is just to educate people, really, and to teach my kids how to be entrepreneurs. So it's a two-tier mission. So if he's supporting me, I expect you to support him. You know, we need to form parallel systems to where we support.
That's exactly right. If it was a knockdown, drag out, you fucking win, they fucking lose case, there's provisions for attorney's fees in 42 USC 1983. What are you waiting? Well, actually, no, hold on. This wouldn't be a 1983 lawsuit. This would be a Bivens lawsuit. Oh, no, I can see why he wouldn't want to do a Bivens lawsuit. But fat fuck could still take the charge and fight it in court. That's true. Well, I don't watch Long Island Audit, so you'll have to forgive me for not being aware. I personally find Long Island Audit's personality to be somewhat off-putting, and I obviously don't learn anything from him. So if an auditor isn't entertaining or likable, I would assume he was found guilty. But thank you. If an auditor isn't either entertaining or likable, like I like Jeff Gray. Like if Jeff Gray, open invitation, buddy. If you're ever in California, I'll buy you a steak dinner. I like Jeff Gray. He's a good dude. He seems like a solid fella who I think I enjoy watching him, and I'm assuming that he's that personable and likable in real life. But if you're an asshole or otherwise not fun or funny, no, you're not Jeff Gray, GMK. So anyway, yeah.
Or each other. Like, for example, Brett, I need to know what kind of business you're involved in, if any. And if you're not, what kind of business is your family in so I can support them? It's really simple. That's what you're supposed to do. That's the way my father raised me. So anyways,
what's wrong with the post office is that apparently they don't allow filming. Now, why do you want to film in there? I don't know. What is there to film in there? People buying stamps and shit, getting their photographs taken for passports. I don't know what they think they're going to fucking capture in there other than a reaction by employees. I don't know how that's holding anybody accountable. Like, are you going to like go up real close and make sure that the cashier at the post office is giving exact change? I mean, it's fucking retarded, but if you really want to push it, and if you really think that you should be entitled to film in a USPS, then go there. And if they kick you out, then sue for declaratory relief or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Let's take a look here. Oh, Amelia Gill. My gosh, I haven't seen her in a while. What's going on?
I haven't seen her in a couple of weeks. I was hoping she was okay.
Yeah.
I seen her in a live chat earlier today.
Well, that's really outstanding. Thank you, Brett, for your donation. Let's keep sharing. Oh, and by the way, everybody, of course, we know the nexus of me getting more involved in stuff, coming back to YouTube from just doing static marketing and just having a good time. Social media including
back to YouTube from just doing static marketing. This is marketing for him. I fucking told you this is marketing for him. He's doing this to generate income. He wants Chili's fucking ignorant people to come to him, and he's going to hope that they have a fucking case that he can settle, that he can make those dollary dues. Because you know what? Even though he's retarded, every once in a while, even a blind squirrel gets a nut, and you get a few $40,000 go away settlements. You know, it can add up pretty quick.
included was my buddy Chili. You know, he got locked up, and I was working on some stuff with him in California and in Texas. And, you know, it just made me go, you know what? This guy had so much reach. I'll bet you I could have got that woman's kids back in Uvalde, Texas, if I would have had.
I am a condescending asshole, Gia. So, like, I don't know. I don't know who the DUI lawyer is. I know he's been mentioned, but I generally speaking don't watch other attorneys. But yes, most attorneys, if they have a YouTube channel, they have a YouTube channel to promote their brand, to promote their practice. Unless they go full Rikita and they determine they can make more money on YouTube by streaming, etc., than they can by practicing law. So, like, I'm assuming without knowing that Barnes is doing that, because but Barnes has a law office, so he probably has other attorneys working for him, and so he could take time off from actually practicing law and still make money. But someone like Ehline, I doubt Ehline has a lot of attorneys. There's not a lot of law that's going on in PI. I mean, it's a single PI attorney can handle a lot of PI cases. So I want to apologize for not having the balls to come up there under your understandable. I don't know what you mean. I don't have the cocaine budget to go full Rikita. And my wife would kill me if I tried swinging. She would literally kill me. I would wake up dead. She would murder me in my sleep if I even suggested swinging. So unfortunately, my life is in such a position that going full Rikita is a fiscal and physical impossibility. And I got to work, so I can't. So I've seen that clip, and I think Rikita was mocking DSP. I think Rikita was mocking DSP in that clip. I don't think he was actually jerking off, because number one, he got his dick out way too fast. Number two, he stroked it way too fast. Like, it was over way too quick. And yeah. Well, you need to talk to my wife about that.
Had that exposure that he could have brought. So love him or hate him, the guy who spent his own money to help people who were in need and being, unfairly treated by the administrative state. And, they have unlimited power. So when I run across brave people like that,
they don't have unlimited power. Our federal government is a government of limited power, of limited jurisdiction. So, like, how retarded are you?
Of course, I want to stand up for him. So everybody give a bunch of ones for Chili in the sidebar for motivating me to get back on YouTube. I mean, I stopped messing around on YouTube, I don't know, around 2013 or 2014. I used to YouTube every day pretty much. I had an organization called the Circle of Trust, and I helped lawyers market. But then I found that all I was doing was helping them, and they were using all the stuff that I taught them against me. So I said, forget it. But in this case,
you haven't taught anybody shit, dude.
I don't see how teaching people how to stand up to the big brother and the administrative state is going to hurt me. And in fact, I think it'll leave the world a better place for my kids. So I think this is a really
Mike, did I ever tell you the main motivation of me getting out there and doing this boots on the ground and I actually started as a cop watcher on January 13th, I think it was my first video, was because of Chili. I actually live streamed him. OTVO wants some stamps. I got into this because of Chili, man. I got tired of the tyranny, how they did him wrong when they arrested him for that obstruction charge, and then he got arrested again for simply being outside crime scene tape. And,
super chat.
Yeah, I see it. That's the one where it says, BZ, get me some stamps. That's OTVO. So I got into this because of Chili, but what I did is I went through and started watching probably about 20.
Let's celebrate a $1.99 super chat because we're that hard up for money. Holy shit.
30 different auditors to see what my style was going to be and the best way to attack this. I hate to say it, it's kind of more of like a Long Island audit thing, but also at the end of the day, there's no point in getting arrested and giving up your Fourth Amendment right just to try to get a bigger lawsuit. It's still discrimination. You still have a discrimination suit the minute the fact that they show up under color of law trying to get you to be removed. Whether you get removed or you fight it and argue and get it to go the way you want it to, it's still a discrimination. The damage has already been done at that point. So it may not be but we're not out here for the money. We're out here to make change, educate if possible. Unfortunately, we may have to.
Don't get me wrong, Tom. I appreciate what you're saying. No one has to come up here. I'm just making it available. Sometimes it's a little easier to sort out questions like talking than to have one person talking and one person typing. And just figured I'd make it available. It's something that I'm offering to you out of the goodness of my heart to pass the time between when I have to switch out sprinklers 3 minutes on a lovely Saturday afternoon, or if you're in Australia, probably Sunday. So that's it. It's there in case someone wants to use it. If no one does, that's fine too.
To do a class action to get the post office to fire these bad employees, and we start attacking
a class action to get the post office to fire bad employees. That's not a thing that you can do. It is literally not a thing that you can do. You can't file. The U.S. has a Federal Tort Claims Act, and no. It's what you say here that's important. I don't care what you look like, dude. I have zero cares what you look like. You're not gonna make me jerk off by showing me your pretty face in studio. It's if you say something on here, your face is attached to it. That's what I was talking about. You gotta show your face. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream.
Their retirement funds, since they get paid out first, it may stop the abuse of postal employees towards the public and auditors.
You literally cannot you couldn't even sue. I don't even think you could sue a private business to make them fire an employee. That would be difficult to do. I'm not saying that's impossible, but that would be hard to do. That would be super hard to do. But you certainly can't sue the federal government to get them to fire employees. It is absolutely impossible. You can't sue the post office to make them fire anybody. You're dumb, and your attorney host should point out how dumb you are.
Yeah, and I really appreciate it that you're focusing on the.
And he goes on with, I'm going to agree because I don't fucking know any better because my name's Michael Ehline and I'm ignorant of the law.
Post office, because it allows me in particular to show you the jurisdictional differences and the interagency differences between local and state and federal agencies. And in here, clearly, you've got local law enforcement officers coming onto a federal enclave, and they have no training to enforce federal law.
Oh, so you want to hear how crazy this is? Did you see the guy in the middle that showed up in that video?
Yeah.
He's been on the department 2 months, and he got a taste of his first auditor.
Well, yeah.
Woo! I'm sure he gives a fuck that he had to deal with you. Like what? Like what'd you do? How'd you scare him, BZ? Did you tell him that I'm going to make you YouTube famous?
Well, look, all these guys dealing with someone like you, so when you don't come off hostile, it takes away about 50% of their artillery. They're counting on. So, for example, I teach it.
What is natural law? Natural law is a philosophical concept that suggests that there are some laws that just exist as like the same thing as like the law of gravity. It's a law that's kind of an immutable law of the universe. It's also bullshit because nothing enforces it. And every, quote, natural law that I've ever seen has been abrogated from time to time and place to place in various other societies, cultures, times, etc. So does that help you out, Brick Jonesy? And my timer's been going off for 20 seconds. So I am going to give you all a lovely taste of Fats Waller. I'm going to continue on with Fats Waller. And I'm going to switch out the sprinklers.
Cheating on me. You've been cheating on me. Oh, babe. You're not the kind of a sweetheart I hoped you'd be. I trusted you, thought you'd be true. My love was so strong that I went along, never dreaming that, baby, you do me wrong, wrong, wrong. Love is a game, and I played, yes, I played on the square. Yes, but you're not the kind, you common yard dog, who could ever play fair. Well, one thing I may forgive, but as sure as you live, someday you're gonna be awfully sorry, babe. You cheated on me. Love is a game. Yes, I've played on the square. You'd forget it if you knew all the squares I played on. You're just the kind. Yes, babe. I understand. I recognize everything you're doing. You ain't gonna never play it fair. I have to draw my crooked dice out on you.
All right. Doesn't appear that I missed anything. And let's continue.
A CQB class. And the first thing I teach my students is what you don't want to do is start swearing and cussing, because any bystanders or witnesses automatically assume that the person using swear words is the aggressor. So by you toning it down and not swearing and cursing, you're taking away their ability to say, stop resisting, because that's all part of how they're trained to think.
CQB, I just did a Google of it, and it comes up with close quarters combat. This almost was a Marine. Teaches close quarters combat. Try again, Merb. Mens rea, which is the mental state required to be proven in order to convict someone of breaking the law, / natural law, which is a philosophical concept, which is entirely separate and distinct from mens rea, is a reality. How fucking dumb are you? How fucking dumb are you? Natural law just is, but who enforces it? Who enforces it? Let's assume, arguendo, that you're right, that it is. natural law is. Who enforces it? Do men with guns enforce it? Does a court of law enforce it? Who enforces it? No one? Well, then it's fucking useless. It's not worth the time and effort it took you to type the word natural law. If no one enforces it, it is fucking useless. Fucking useless. Just like you. He says, I can't have a conversation with an idiot before the court. Merb is an idiot before the court. I, unlike you, know the difference between mens rea, i.e. the mental state required for culpability in a criminal law action, and natural law. That's the difference between the two of you. So, thank you, sir. Have a great day.
Not just in the academy, but once your real training day starts, right on the street. Where you
Mike, I didn't even realize.
Does that guy name himself Brick on account of how smart he is? Like Brickman? I love Lamp.
After I went back and watched this video a couple times, I must have used the word "sir" as a form of respect and trying to diffuse the situation probably about 1,000 freaking times. But Officer Douchebag to my left, I think, was taking hand cues from Officer Big Boy that should have retired. 20 pounds.
This fat fuck called someone else Officer Big Boy. Huh.
Yo, I'm not a little boy by all means, but that guy was twice my size, and I was.
Well, I can't wait to see this dude who is twice your size. That'd be like what, 800 pounds, give or take. Mostly give 800 plus pounds, probably.
Where the guy was either going to fall on me or he was going to have a heart attack. I mean, seriously. And I'm a big dude, you know.
Let me stop you for a minute. Thanks, Let's Go TVOs. Send a hard copy, BZ. Get me some stamps. I love it, man. These guys are so awesome. Again, I want to thank all you.
Why do you think I was intending to scare you, Brick? Like what? And then the emojis, like, you're just fucking stupid, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. And it's apparent you don't know what you're talking about. It just trips me out that this is how you spend your free time. You went to law school, man, and have a wife. Go tend to your chickens or some shit. I've got sprinklers going, dude. I got sprinklers going. I'm doing other things. I'm passing free time. Just because you don't like it, because I hurt your little worldview, Aaron, get over it, dude. I find this enjoyable.
You guys for joining us. We're getting our standard 40 to 50 regulars who just, for some reason, they just like hanging out.
Oh, by the way, Katie Kidman, I did not cover my face on this one. I don't usually cover my face. The reason you really want to cover your face is to hide your identity because they have those little face recognition apps. But I just wore my booty cover, no sunglasses, just holding the camera with my little.
Doesn't know foundation. I don't know foundation. Are you talking about foundation in the rules of evidence? Foundation being like explain why something is what it is, showing the foundation so that you could build up and go where you want to go. Is that the foundation you're talking about? Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? Oh, okay. Well, all right. Yeah, I know. Like it's just like whatever fucking words that pop up. I don't know if they're sent over to rate. I don't fucking care. Like if you want to come over here and show you're an ass, like that's great. Congratulations. I really want to go out of my way to show the world how fucking stupid I am. Okay.
Tripod thing. And that definitely gets and my bright orange Hawaiian Tommy Bahama Corona shirt. I stand out like a sore thumb. I really do. I
just put it up on the screen so everybody what BZ
It was already declared. It's already declared by who? For what? Where? But who enforces it? Again, we come back to who enforces it, Brick. Why don't you tell me who enforces it? And we'll move on from there. If you tell me who enforces it, then we can have a discussion. Because the United States, the federal government, doesn't enforce natural law. No state government that I am aware of enforces natural law. There's no city or county that I'm aware of that enforces natural law. So who is enforcing natural law? Where can I sue someone for violating my natural law? In what court would I go? What statutes would authorize that lawsuit? Where is natural law written? Who decides what is or isn't natural law? Who interprets natural law? Ninth. Brick Jonesy says ninth. Like what, Ninth Circuit? You're just going to file a lawsuit in the Ninth Circuit? or in the district court. You can file it in the Ninth Circuit or in the district court, Brick. Come on, buddy. Spit it out. I know it took you forever to type ninth, but let's go. Let's go. People are waiting on you, buddy. He's talking about makeup foundation, says Dawn. Come on, Brick. Ninth what? Let's go. Chop, chop, Suey. Chop, chop. Reading. He's probably been eating books again. Oh, shit. I forgot about that secret government act under the 1871 Admiralty Law. Forgot about that. Come on, Brick. Oxygen must be getting a little low for him with his head so far up his ass. Come on, Brick. Everybody's waiting for you, buddy. Ninth grade is far. I think you're being overly generous, or maybe his teachers were just passing him. I don't owe you anything, but since you need education, look at the Ninth Amendment and the Declaration of Independence. So the Ninth Amendment says that any rights that aren't enumerated in the Constitution are reserved to the people and the state, right? And the Declaration of Independence is what I like to call not law. It's a Declaration of Independence. It's not law. So you're really fucking stupid for citing something that isn't law as though it were law. But where in the Ninth Amendment does it say natural law applies? It says they're reserved to the people and to the states. So can the state decide what natural law is? Are you just saying that natural law is whatever the state mandates? The Constitution is not law. Well, that's funny because there are men with guns who enforce things in the Constitution. The Constitution gives, for example, the federal government the right to make laws about drugs, which you're probably on, and your mind is probably destroyed by them. But the Constitution gives the United States government the authority to make laws regarding drugs and to outlaw drugs. Make it a federal offense to have drugs. And armed men with guns will come and enforce it. We like to call it the DEA and the ATF and the FBI. Men with guns are going to take you in front of a judge. And that judge isn't going to look at natural law. He's going to look at the statutes that are authorized by the Constitution. What statutes are written? None. The Constitution allows, because the federal government is a government of limited powers, its authority has to be based on the powers granted to it by the U.S. Constitution. Jesus Christ. Did you sleep through civics? So if the authority is granted to the federal government, then it's reserved through the Ninth Amendment to the people in the states. You see how that works? So if the Constitution grants the federal government a power, then the federal government can create statutes based on that power. The Declaration of Independence is that foundation. No, it's not. It's not. So the Declaration of Independence was written long before the U.S. Constitution was. The Declaration of Independence was written well before the United States Constitution was written. And they came up with the Articles of Confederation first. They came up with the Articles of Confederation. When were the Articles of Confederation? Articles of Confederation. The Articles of Confederation were in effect between 1781 and 1789. You're welcome. No, not 1775 to 1787. It's 1781. It's on Wikipedia, bro. They were in effect from 1781. They were in effect from 1781 to 1789. They were drafted in 1777. They were ratified on February 2nd, 1781. And they were effective March 1, 1781 through March 4th, 1789, wherein they were replaced by the United States Constitution. I'm not researching. I'm So show me your authority, Brick. that the Constitution is authorized by the Declaration of Independence. Go ahead, cite your source. Cite your source, Brick. I'll wait. Everybody's going to wait for you, Brick. Cite your source. Go ahead and cite your source, Brick. I'll wait for you. By the way, an emoji is not a source. Go ahead, Brick. Citation. Citation needed, Brick. But so here's the thing, Fire Moth. I don't really care, Hawk. This whole stream is just me wasting my time. I am wasting my time waiting for my timer to go off, which I didn't set. And then, oh no, I did. Which I didn't set. I just said it. So I'm literally wasting time between moving sprinklers around. I can't go anywhere today or really do anything other than just sit back here and fuck off and point and laugh about how stupid Michael Ehline is. Well, it's taking you a long time to find a citation there, Brick. It's taking you it's taking you a hot minute to find a citation. Do I have it on? Do I have it on live? I got it on live chat. Oh, Declaration 2/10. Why isn't this showing? I don't know how to make it. Here we go. So the foundation, 1775 to 1787, and Declaration to the 10th. That's not a citation. A citation means what document are you citing to that gives you your authority? Know your rights, learn the law. Again, what document are you citing to? What is the authorizing document for any of these things that you're saying? Unless your argument's circular and you're just going to say natural law authorizes it, and there's some spinning cycle. Is there a difference between a law and a statute? A statute is a specific kind of law. Did I get that fucking wrong? Ninth Amendment. Where's just the text of the Ninth Amendment? Just want the text. The enumeration of the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to die or disparage others retained by the people. Okay, so mea culpa, right? So what other rights are there? Well, the rights that are in the constitutions of the then states, but prior colonies, right? So those colonies and now the states have constitutions, and those constitutions grant them rights, which are not natural law. They are actual constitutions. So there you go. There you go. Nature's God, as recognized by our founders. Nature's God. Well, then why didn't our founders just say natural law, period? Why didn't they do that, Brick? Why didn't they do that? Why didn't they just say, hey, everybody, Constitution, our Constitution is just natural law, period, end of discussion. We don't need any of this other bullshit. Why didn't they do that, Brick? Merv, please study a bit before you come out the gate. Brick, shouldn't this be you studying a little bit? And again, answer my question. Why didn't the founders, if you say the founding fathers said this, why did they just say natural law, period, in our Constitution? Why did they put all that other stuff in there, Brick? I love it when people say things with authority. I love it when people say that so-and-so is such and such a sock, or so-and-so is not such and such a sock, because they fucking know or don't know. The Declaration is that foundation. If you reject the foundation, you have no home, no reasoning, and you are an idiot before the court. I suggest invoking the fifth. That's not a citation. That's merely you spewing more nonsense. See, I don't know if you've noticed what I've been doing, Brick, is I have been showing the various statutes and cases that interpret those statutes, and that is what I call a citation. This is just you regurgitating nonsense. Word salad. Word salad that's not even very good word salad. And capitalizing things that don't need to be capitalizing doesn't make it any more authoritative. Anyway, I'm done playing with you. Thank you. Have a great day.
There are people who aren't intelligent enough to just come and join our stream. Let me narrate this. So Katie Kidman says, the one thing that I don't agree with.
Do you reject foundation? No, Brick. I reject you because you have no basis for what you're saying. I reject you, Brick. You are now conflating yourself with whatever you think foundation is. You were just calling the Declaration of Independence foundation. And I have not rejected the Declaration of Independence. I have merely claimed it for what it is, i.e. not law, but a declaration of war, which is not law. So that's why it's not included in the U.S. Code. It's not included as anything. It's not law. In fact, there was a U.S. Supreme Court case on the issue. Supreme Court Declaration of Independence. There was a Supreme Court case on it. Going to go to scholar.google.com. Select courts. This is Supreme Court case. Done. Going to put in the text. Where's oh shit. Do this. And I'm going to do this. The first official action of this nation declared the foundation of the government in these words. We hold these truths to be self-evident, yada, yada, yada. While such declaration of principles may not have the force of organic law or may not be made the basis of judicial decision as to the limits of right and duty, and while in all cases reference must be had to the organic law of the nation for such limits, yet the latter is but the body and letter of which the form is the thought and the spirit, and is always safe to read the letter of the Constitution in the spirit of the Declaration of Independence. So what that says is that the Declaration is not law. And this is a United States Supreme Court case. You can see it there. It's Gulf C and SFR Company versus Ellis, 165 U.S. 150 Supreme Court 1897. So you're dumb. You're wrong. I've proven it with citation to authority. Thank you for playing and have a great day.
When it comes to auditors is when they cover their faces and we don't even know what they look like. Well, she might have a point, but you know what, BZ? Now they have the ability to identify you by your walk and by your gait. So it's like you can't
And by your enormous girth. How about that?
really escape their technology from knowing who you are. The only way you're going to change the system is to create a parallel system and opt out of all their mandates and all of their weird perverted ideology and all the stuff they're trying to force on your children. That's the only real way you're going to escape it, guys. Give me a bunch of ones if you think that you'd be better off in the company of your own family than you would be in the company of some pervert.
Hey, I don't mind.
Wow. So it's a very controversial question as to whether or not someone would be more comfortable having their kids in the care of a pervert or their own family. That's a tough one. Ehline. I guess everyone who's not a member of your family is a pervert or something. I guess. I don't know. It seems kind of weird.
I identify myself to the cops if I've done something wrong, but if they really want my ID, I'm gonna make them work for it.
You're right, brother.
Oh,
oh my God, dude, Drophead's killing it. I appreciate that, Drophead. I'll tell you something.
$50, boy. Think about how much top ramen Ehline will be able to buy with that.
The Drophead, what Drophead says is YT sucks. It's so painful to type. It's too painful to type a simple message. Thanks, Mike and BZ. Well, Dropdead, I appreciate what you're doing for me, and I want you to do this. Give the same support to BZ Watchdog. And here's what I really want you guys to do. I want BZ Watchdog to create some kind of a charitable donation link for himself, because I've been trying to get him to write a book on how to do both public records requests, federal and state, and he's always got these excuses because he's so busy working.
So each state has their own means of doing it, and there are possibilities that each county in a state might have its own method, or each city might have its own method. I don't know. I haven't gone through all 50 states or any of the territories, so I don't know. But that would probably be a pretty thick book. And the other issue is going to be, like, by the time he gets it researched and written, let's just assume that Fat Fuck is capable of researching it and writing it. Let's just assume. By the time he gets it researched and written, there is a substantial chance. I mean, I'm not saying it's like more than 50%, but there is a substantial chance that the statutes that he would have referenced might have changed. So
if you guys can help donate a little bit of dough to him, I'll help him get this book finished. I think it's really important that people that have channels like this, have a book or something where people can identify with them to help them, because they're getting something tangible in return, not just donating some money, and they can give it to their friends and their family member. And it's your way of showing support.
hey,
Give me a bunch of ones if you think BZ should be a best-selling author.
Let me tell you.
give me a bunch of ones. Give me a bunch of ones if you think BZ needs to go on a diet. How about that? Give me a bunch of ones if you think that BZ needs to watch what he eats, cut down the sugars, maybe eat natural foods, maybe some organic stuff, maybe some low calorie, high fiber foods. Give me a bunch of ones if you think that BZ should watch what he eats, and I don't know, maybe exercise. How about that? How about you get off your fat ass and go for a walk? Put down the goddamn Pop-Tarts and go for a walk. Put a bunch of ones in chat if you think you should put down the fucking Pop-Tarts and go for a goddamn walk. Fucking Christ.
How busy I really am. A lot of people don't think I work or because they think auditors are felons and we don't work in the mom's basement like these fraudsters troll channels do. But I work literally 7 days a week. I actually have a sponsor that helps me a little bit so I can take the 7th day off. I can't tell you who he is.
I work 7 days a week, but I have a sponsor who lets me take the 7th day off.
Because everybody would know who he is because he follows me everywhere I go.
Did you assume today's gender?
I know who it is because I spoke to him on the phone. I know who it
They,
is.
them, theirs.
Yeah. I know exactly who it is.
We got another one, dude. We got another one from Brett Ray.
Trying to top it off, but bottom line is I do 6 days.
Fuck up, BZ. Ehline has to hustle for those. What is that? $10. Ehline has to hustle for it. So shut the fuck up, BZ. Let him suck off his $10 dono.
I work 6 days a week. I take the 7th day off to go audit $3
$20
locations. Okay. Now, if I get into a heated little confrontation over the cops, I kind of cut my losses for the day and go home. I put in all my public information requests, all my FOIAs. I go ahead and file any other complaints I need to file. I do other research. And then you got to remember, I also have to edit my videos throughout the whole week during that busy schedule. And not on top of that, all the other calls that I'm taking, text, emails, because people email me. I'm trying to help people out on certain things. There's a core group of people in here that have reached out to me about certain things, and I'm not going to put their names out on blast or anything because I keep all that confidential. But I also help people I encounter throughout my work week, trying to help them expose the wrongdoings of the police departments or any kind of, if somebody gives me a breadcrumb, I follow the trail on it. But yeah, I've got a very busy schedule, Mike. So yeah, until I can free up my 6-day work week already, I'm not going to be able to take the time to write such book. But I'm not going to lie, I've been running into some challenges and hiccups on certain things like retrieving body cam footage.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. And
the
expenses. See, by having a money vehicle, like if you had a best-selling book, you would have a money vehicle now, BZ, to where you'd be able to afford all those public records requests.
It's not even the money; it's the fact that it's turning me down. So the only thing now is waiting. Well, the thing is they're sending up to the Attorney General trying to use it as an excuse. 45 business days I have to wait.
So Firemoth, he can show all the incompetence he wants to on YouTube. He's not representing anybody. Oh, I'm going out to dinner tonight. Well, how about that? The only time it would ever get in front of the state bar would be if he was incompetent for one of his clients. So that's the only way. I mean, and I 100% do not think that anybody should file a complaint against Ehline. I'm not saying that is like a backwards way of trying to get you to do it. I'm telling you that people have filed complaints against me, and the only complaints the state bar cares about are complaints from clients. That's it. That's it. And it can't be just he lost. It has to be like where he actually did something that violated the Business and Professions Code or violated the rules of professional responsibility. And so like I'm telling you, you'd be wasting your time. You're barking up the wrong tree. Let it go. The best thing to do is if someone is looking for a personal injury attorney, say, hey, there's this Michael Ehline guy. He's probably fine for personal injury. If they're looking for anybody, any other kind of attorney, say you probably want to avoid Michael Ehline for anything other than personal injury, because he seems like he's pretty stupid. And that's the best I got for you.
The Attorney General to approve and say, and the best part about the Attorney General here is he will make them give it to you. It's just they wait till their 10 business days to forward it up. Yeah. Then they got 45 business days to sit there and go release it, and then they sit there and get back to you and say, now.
Well, see, here's the thing, Brick. I know you're desperate for attention, and I'm just about to mute you just so that you don't like. I have this one flaw that I like to actually answer questions. But here's the thing: I'm an attorney, and my knowledge of actual law, not philosophical laws, but actual laws, enforceable laws. My knowledge of those gives me money every week that I can use to blow on stupid things like going out to dinner, because apparently I'm going out to dinner tonight and I'm paying for it. Surprise to me, I just got notified of both. So your knowledge about natural law is worth less than the time it took for you to type it. You don't have anything of value to offer, which is why people don't hire you to represent them, which is why people don't buy your books, why people don't go to your channel. That's why you're here trying to suck off my teats instead of people being over there trying to suck off yours. That no one wants what you're trying to sell, Brick. I know this is hard for you to accept, but no one is buying what you're selling. You might have been stupid enough to buy into it from some other guru out there, but no one else is. So sorry, dude. Sorry. And just to prevent this from going on, I'm going to put you in timeout. Just so. Obviously, I'm paying for my wife. She has her own job and makes her own money, but obviously I'm paying for my wife. Like, was there ever even a question about that?
Now you've got $200 to pay us for this body cam footage. So it virtually takes 60 days plus if they decide to. Now, I've actually gotten body cam footage from a small department where I wasn't even involved on the traffic stop and got it within like a week.
Yep. It's all.
I got it within like a week. Well, it really depends on what they have to edit out. It really depends on what they have to edit out.
It's all agency dependent. I'm going to be honest with you guys. That's just how it is. It's always.
It's almost like they're scared I'm going to sue them. They're trying to hide the footage.
They're making it hard.
No one gives a shit about you, dude. No one gives a shit. Literally, no one gives a shit. I guarantee you, no one gives a shit. No one fucking cares about you, BZ. You have an overinflated sense of self-importance, just like you have an overinflated waistline. No one fucking cares about you.
Harder on themselves by stifling the access to data. Look, I have a lot of respect for Ken Paxton. He actually is one of the few AGs who has actually gone after pharma.
I have no respect for Ken Paxton or any other politician, period.
Pharma, and as you know, one of my family members died a couple days after their booster from thrombosis and known side effects. So I have no love for pharma, and so because of that, I'm a single issue guy. You know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and you know that he got charged almost.
That's really stupid. The enemy of my enemy is my enemy's enemy. They're not necessarily my friend. Why would you think they're your friend? That is the shittiest reasoning possible. My friend is my friend. My friend is my friend. The enemy of my enemy is the enemy of my enemy. That's it. That's fucking it.
Within days of baseless allegations to try to get him impeached. I think within days of him opening an investigation against pharma. It's because the attorney general can waive pharma's immunity. Right now, pharma has immunity from being sued, but attorney generals under that statute have the right and the duty to take away that immunity. And if they had to.
Now, I haven't looked up this law, but my understanding is that Congress granted the pharmaceutical companies immunity for the vaccines related to the COOF. And if Congress granted them the immunity, then I am not sure how a state attorney general, because the whole supremacy clause, I'm not sure how the state attorney general can waive it. Now, I haven't looked into it. There might be some loophole. I would bet it's a loophole thing. But I would bet you that at the end of the day, for the things that Congress granted the pharma companies immunity for, I have a feeling that they are going to have immunity for that, like from states. So,
taken away that immunity from pharma, I would be a multi-billionaire right now because I get probably 10 to 20 calls a day from people who've suffered known sides from these drugs. But look, guys, I want to get really back into this, BZ, because we don't have all night and I don't want to bore people. And I really, really like your video and I want to share this with everyone.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, and then I'm going to share my knowledge about, public forums and traditional and non-traditional, so everybody can understand the full effect and depth of what BZ is up to. Here we go.
Well, that's beautiful footage.
It's business that has to do with financial transactions and stuff. They feel insecure about it being filmed.
When did you guys become the feelings police instead of law enforcement? But you're here to enforce the law, correct, sir?
And part of that is being when people are wanted on places.
Because of the feelings.
It doesn't matter. Like he was explaining, there doesn't have to be.
What do y'all do? Go to Tarrant County College Academy? I'm not trying to insult you, but that's where everybody.
Well, that's how you want to. I mean,
I'm not trying to insult you.
Conversation, or you can be the way.
I'm not trying.
I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just. All right, Sarge, what did you come up with?
What's your name? I didn't get that.
I'll identify as good citizen for now.
I'm Sergeant Brady.
Hey, hold on a minute. So I just want to share something with you guys. So this is something that.
So everybody's aware Jasper Kalin is an attorney, and I would trust his input on that. So I'm saying he's saying it as though it's a fact. So I'm going to accept it as though it's a fact, unless someone says otherwise that I actually trust.
BZ and I know from being military guys. See how the officer was walking at you super aggressively, like almost like marking time, expecting you to back up or expecting you to react, and you just stand there, right, like a stone wall. That's part of the training in the academy. They teach you to take control and intimidate, right? How
do you know what they do in the academy, Ehline? How do you know what they do in the academy? Is this you just making shit up again, Ehline?
It says, man, plant my feet, stand like an oak tree.
Right, yeah, right. But the one time that he didn't plant his feet and stand like an oak tree, remember, is the time that he got arrested, and then Zimmerman put him away, right? So it's all just
let him chest ball. If you knock you down, that's assault, man.
I'm with you, brother.
I mean, is it though? Like,
right?
I know what Chili says, man. Plant my feet, stand like an oak tree.
Right, yeah, right. But the one time that he didn't plant his feet and stand like an oak tree, remember, is the time that he got with you guys. So this is something that BZ and I know from being military guys. See how the officer was walking at you super aggressively, like almost like marking time, expecting you to back up or expecting you to react, and you just stand there, right, like a stone wall. That's part of the training in the academy. They teach you to take control and intimidate, right?
I know what Chili says, man. Plant my feet, stand like an oak tree.
Right, yeah, right. But the one time that he didn't plant his feet and stand like an oak tree, remember, is the time that he got arrested, and then Zimmerman put him away, right? So,
who's he talking about? Who did Zimmerman put away? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this. I don't know what they're talking about. It was hard to understand. Oh. So wait a minute. Hold on a second. Chili did stand his ground. That's why he got fucking arrested. Oh my God, dude. He got arrested because he didn't fucking back off. He literally didn't stand his ground. Or he literally did stand his ground. If he had backed up the 21 feet or whatever, he wouldn't be arrested. Fucking dumb.
It's all
Let
just
him chest bump you, knock you down. That's assault, man.
Is it assault? Is it assault? Do peace officers in the state of Nevada, are they subject to assault and battery laws if they're acting under the authority granted to them as peace officers, if they're making an arrest or a detention? Can you sue them for assault? Or is there some affirmative defense or otherwise that they can raise that says no, that it's not assault? Like, why would anybody, number one, why would a lawyer let his guest make the blanket statement that if a peace officer bumps you with his chest, it's assault? What if your eyes were closed? What if you didn't see it coming? First of all, we're talking about civil or criminal. Second, does that particular state lump assault and battery together as one thing? Like in New York, under their criminal laws, assault is both what we would normally refer to as assault, the making someone apprehensive of harmful or offensive contact, and it also encompasses battery, which is the actual harmful or offensive contact. So, if we're talking criminal law, if you're saying it's assault, first of all, you have to look at the criminal code of the state of Nevada. Does it require actual harm? Does assault encompass battery? If you're talking about civil, were his eyes open or his eyes closed? This is why time after time attorneys say it fucking depends. It depends. It depends on the facts of the case. That's why every time you read a fucking opinion in a district court, that's why every goddamn time they go through the relevant facts. They go through the facts that justify the ruling that they're about to make. That's why they take the facts and they apply the law to the facts. It's not just chest bump, automatic assault. Don't need a trial. It's done. It's fucking done. No, it doesn't happen that way. And why is the attorney letting a non-attorney say stupid shit like this? And why is the non-attorney saying stupid shit like this? He doesn't know fuck all.
I'm with you, brother. It's all, but you know what? They're the ones making the arrest. They're the ones who have the ability to make their body cam footage disappear.
That's why I have my camera.
They're the ones who can make it almost impossible for you to get your exculpatory camera evidence into evidence. They can smash.
If they destroy evidence, that's going to be a real fucking problem. If they destroy evidence, you would probably have a remedy that would include allowing the jury to believe that the destroyed evidence, if you could show that they did it maliciously, that the destroyed evidence was contrary, that it hurt them, that it showed that you didn't do the things that they are alleging you did. I can't imagine a law enforcement agency destroying evidence. I can imagine a small podunk town doing it and trying to get away with it, but just as a matter of course, they're setting themselves up to lose.
Cameras, they can try to do stuff. I mean, this is a real battle we're facing, guys.
Go ahead, man. All my stuff's backed up to the cloud, baby.
Let's roll that beautiful bean footage.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
All right.
It's your bad
So
stuff.
882.
Okay.
So here's the deal.
Uh-oh.
Where's Brian right now? Get here the deal over
I know,
here.
Rod. You need to feel that clip.
Heavily edited content. I'm sure it's going to be amazing, and everything that in there that is harmful to BZ's position is going to be cut out, so that it makes this look entirely one-sided. I'm just going to go ahead and bet.
There was a trademark. I should do that.
Here's the deal.
On Tuesday, I believe it's May 13th or May
currently over here
Katie, you did it a couple days ago.
Boulevard in North Richland Hills, Texas. I just left another location where they had a 2-star rating. I'm sorry, they had a 1.9 star rating, and some things happened there.
Hell yeah, brother. I love clips of Hulk Hogan and Macho Man. Oh yeah. Love those clips. I hate watching wrestling. I don't watch wrestling, but I love clips of it, of them just being their little characters.
But wait a minute, this is a real, wait a minute, BZ, this is a real public service that you're offering here. You know what? I didn't recognize this before, but isn't the post office like billions of dollars in debt, and it's basically like a welfare system to provide jobs to people? You don't even
I said earlier when I think you.
I know. So I know that there was some act of Congress that required them, the post office, to fund its retirements prospectively, like 10 years or something like that, which did put them in serious debt. I think I've heard Gold Dust before, but I don't know who it is. And I honestly don't watch wrestling. But back in the was that 80s when I was a little kid, I did. I watched it. I watched it when I was a little kid. And Hulk Hogan, Macho Man Randy Savage, and who's that other one? The Ultimate Warrior. I got to admit, they had an effect on me. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, the Junkyard Dog. Oh, good times. Good times. Saturday mornings, eating terrible cereal. Jake the Snake. Yeah. Oh, Jimmy Superfly Snuka. That dude was freaking the bomb. Yeah. Good times on Saturday mornings. Ric Flair, ravishing Ric Flair. Hell yeah. Woo! They had to fund the retirement healthcare benefits 75. Yeah. So that put a huge, I don't know why the federal government required them to do it, but yeah, it got it was bad. It was bad for the post office.
You were doing something, but they lost $6.5 billion in 2023.
Now, I also heard that they're a quasi-governmental agency, so they're like part government, part private, or something. Can you explain?
No. It's all regulated by Congress. It's under the executive branch of the government. So you got the OIG, you got the USPIS, and then you got the USPS. So it's supposed to be self-sustainable through transactions, but unfortunately, they don't even make their $80 billion a year budget that Congress has given them, and because they pay all their employees and retiree benefits first. Yeah. So they basically just leave the place in debt before the year even starts.
That's terrible. Well, they do transport all the ballots, and they overwhelmingly vote Democrat.
That you know of.
Right. Yeah, right. And they overwhelmingly vote Democrat and donate about 70 to 80% of the money that they do donate to political parties to the left.
But look at this real quick. You see how you froze it on?
Who really cares? Who really cares? What's the difference between the left and the right in the United States? None. You're going to get the same. You're going to get the same. Like, who's the current Speaker of the House? Like, he came in and he was going to like be a hard line. You got to enforce the border. And then he broke down. And now the minority whip is like, basically all the Democrats are going to vote to keep this Republican Speaker of the House in place. I mean, if you think that they're different parties, you're retarded. Really, I'm sorry. If you think they're different parties, you're retarded.
On the screen,
yeah.
This is the public service I am actually helping, because look at the Yelp review on the right and look at the Google review on the left.
Wow, that is shocking to me.
I think it's 1.6 on the right side on the Yelp screen.
So at least I know if I get, and give me a bunch of ones if you agree, guys. At least I know if somebody comes to me and they have a resume that they worked at the United States Postal Service, that goes in my round file right away. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree. We should.
Why? Just because they worked at the post office? Why? Why would that immediately disqualify them? It doesn't make
never hire anybody if we have our own business who works for the post office unless we don't want to be successful. Give me a bunch of ones if you agree.
Mike, I don't just go by the rating. I actually read the reviews, but 90% of the reviews were about how rude they are inside when they try to get something done. The other 10% is them never answering the phone or the mail disappearing and not getting delivered to the right place.
That's the way I feel about most governmental agencies. They just don't really seem like they care about us. And like someone like me, if I am disrespectful to one of my clients or I don't call them back like when I say I'm going to, I mean, it really hurts my reputation. And when you're in an administrative agency, they don't care. They're living off the tax dollar. There's no incentive to do a good job. In fact, they try to elect people that hurt us, to take more money from us, to improve their lives and make their.
That's actually a good analogy for the U.S. government. The U.S. government plays the game that they're Ric Flair and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat, and they're mortal enemies, but behind the scenes, they're doing lines of cocaine together off hookers' asses. I mean, that is a perfect euphemism for the federal government.
Pension stronger. Well, you and I are out living hand to mouth. You know, we never know when we're going to get our next case or our next job, but we're told we're privileged, right? Right, BZ? You and I are privileged because we get up at 4 a.m. and go out hunting for worms.
You remember when Jeb Bush said, "Please clap." That's the feeling I get. That's the high energy feel I get for when Ehline goes, "Give me a bunch of ones in the sidebar. Give me a bunch of ones in the sidebar. If you think that you would rather have a nice filet mignon dinner rather than to get raped by a serial sadistic rapist who likes to cut and torture people as he rapes them. Give me one in chat if you'd rather have the filet mignon dinner than be raped by the serial sadistic rapist. Give me one in chat." You know, it's like that. It's like, if you're so please clap. Like, fucking terrible, dude. Just terrible.
And we're privileged if we find a few every now and then.
Man, every time I go out auditing, I go postal, literally.
I get you, brother. You know what, man? I'm worried about you. We got to get you back into PT because the blood pressure is going to explode your grape, dude.
Oh, man, you saw how calm I was. There was no blood pressure.
But afterwards, you're going to.
This fat fuck says there was no blood pressure. You got to be fucking lying. That dude has so much blood pressure. That dude is all the blood pressure.
There's no way. This is like trying to do a CG inspection. You might look cool, but afterwards, that's when you fall apart. Let's keep playing this bad chicken.
Man, I'm like type 3 diabetes, bro. Type 3.
Pretty much the same complaints. So what that being said,
It just said he was type 3 diabetes. Like he's so far past type 2 diabetes. He's type 3 diabetes. Jesus.
let's get this party
Our audience all
started.
cares about you, dude.
All right. So for those of you who are North Richmond Hills, the address right here. Service hours.
I mean, I am exercising, man. I'm walking.
You got to stop taking the sugar. Cut out sugar. Just drink water. Do protein. You'll be fine. Protein and vegetables. You lose 10 pounds a week of just water weight.
Good old sugar.
You got to stay off all that crap, dude. Protein,
This is
vegetables, and
Poster
water.
7. These are the rules and regulations that govern the post office. They're usually hung up on a bulletin board near
No, that's a poster. That's a poster, dude. It is a poster. Those are not the rules and regulations that govern the post office. Those are the summary of the rules and regulations placed on a poster. That is a poster.
the glass lobby doors. Photographs for news purposes may be taken in entrances, lobbies, foyers, corridors, or not and auditoriums when used for public meetings, except where prohibited by official signs or security force personnel or
So he's just going to skip past the except where prohibited part, right?
authorized personnel.
Okay, so I just want to point something out, guys. This is a big deal because you see all of these like weird frauditor people, like basically like
The
disinformation.
trolls. Just call them the trolls.
Trolls, yeah. Like they say, oh no, you can't do this at the post office, and I'm gonna dispel that, of course, at the end of our show today.
Well, let me ask you this, because these Poster 7 rules, if you go and look at the
No, Kefalea. No, it is not. It is not safe to watch me today. Apparently, there is a serial rapist running around raping people unless they eat a filet mignon. So it is certainly not safe.
the DHS memo, which is actually a federal government rule saying that we can.
The DHS memo is a memo. It's not a federal government rule. It's a memo. It's a memo on how one agency, one sub-department of a larger department, one agency, sub-agency, I should say, how they interpret the rules and regulations. It's how they interpret it. It's not binding on anybody else. It's not binding on courts.
Basically mirror that DHS memo on the rules and regulations. If you go to any federal thing asking about rules and regulations on recording on federal property, this almost identically comes up every single time as far as in the wording.
Yeah.
So it pretty much mirrors everything.
So what
Is that true? I will be honest with you. I've never heard of type 3 diabetes. Interesting. There is such a thing. I knew the motherfucker was diabetic, but I thought it was type 2. It's proposed by some researchers to describe a theory that insulin resistance and insulin-like growth factor dysfunction in the brain may cause Alzheimer's disease. Well, isn't that fucking interesting? Isn't that fucking interesting? Type 3 diabetes is a term proposed to describe the hypothesis that Alzheimer's disease is caused by a type of insulin resistance and insulin-like growth factor dysfunction that occurs specifically in the brain. This condition has also been used by some to describe people who have type 2 diabetes and also receive a diagnosis of Alzheimer's disease. The classification of type 3 diabetes is highly controversial, and it's not widely accepted in the medical community as a clinical diagnosis. Another classification of diabetes includes type 3C diabetes mellitus, also called T3CDM, pancreatic diabetes, and type 3C diabetes. This type of diabetes develops due to conditions that affect the pancreas. Despite having a similar name, this is a separate condition. Interesting. Muy interesante.
The real argument, like if I was the prosecutor, if I was a federal prosecutor, I'm just telling you guys what my argument would be, is that the post office is not an auditorium that is traditionally used for public meetings. Okay.
My argument would be that it was prohibited by authorized personnel. Authorized personnel, Letitia, or whatever insulting name that they gave her, Letitia is authorized to say no filming and to trespass you. That would be my argument as a prosecutor. Thank God I'm not a prosecutor, because Lord knows I would never want to be one. But that would be my argument.
And because that's typically government buildings are buildings reserved for public meetings. I just want you guys to follow me. That playing devil's advocate, that's what I would argue. But me being a constitutionalist and me,
you're fucking stupid. You're stupid.
Me being more of a traditional Justice Roberts, the first Justice Roberts, not the one we have now, back from like before the 60s or whatever. We are of the school that, hey, it's government. We're paying for it. We should be able to do it and be able to meet there as long as we don't cause trouble. It's a good thing for the citizens to have that kind of power over their administrative agents to be able to go and.
So I did get a 300-gallon tank and 250-gallon tanks. I've got a lot that I intend on doing in the fish room someday. There's a little room behind my fish room that I want to plumb the filtration through the wall into that room for my 600-gallon tank. And then I have 3 more custom stands coming, 2 that will hold a 55-gallon tank on top and a 29-gallon tank below it, and 1 that'll hold, it's a rack that'll hold 4 20-gallon longs. And when I have those, then the pressure will be on me to redo basically the entire fish room. Everything except for the 600-gallon tank is getting moved or removed, and a bunch of fish are getting moved around. A lot of the fish that are currently in the 55-gallon tanks are going to go into different tanks. I may end up with some empty tanks at the end of it because I haven't really been buying new fish. Just I like the fish that I have. I enjoy most of the fish that I have. And there's no fish that I'm really looking forward to get, except I am intending on getting, there's 2 fish I intend on getting, a Monopterus albus, which I've had before. It's an Asian swamp eel, also called a Hong Kong eel, and a Chaka Chaka catfish, also called a square catfish. Those are 2 fish that I do intend to get. Yeah, so those are the fish room plans. Oscars, no. Oscars, I like Oscars, but I don't want them. I mean, they're big. They're like puppy dogs, and that's great. But I have big puppy dogs. They moved. I want to get and keep fish that I can have plants in the aquarium with. So probably not going to get any Oscars. That one big 600-gallon tank that I have doesn't have any plants in it. Because I have tinfoil barbs and ball of sharks, both of them just mow through. Oh, and flagtail, and they all just mow through plants. So I have that one tank that just won't be able to have plants in it, and I want to have plants in all my other aquariums. So there you go.
Protest and gather, right? As long as we're not violent or threatening people, I think most of us can agree with that, especially us older Americans who grew up on John Wayne movies and stuff.
Mike, before you start that video, so there's a trespassing thing called 1752
Yep.
on federal statute, trespassing on restricted buildings.
Yep.
Now, it does say restricted buildings, but there's 2 things in there, and one of them is disorderly conduct, which is up there on poster 7. Now, you got to remember,
1752. Let me look it up. Let's look at 18 USC 1752. Restricted building or grounds. I've been down this particular route before. You might notice that that this is in the section on presidential and presidential staff, bad things happening to them. That's where 1751 and 1752 are. And it defines the terms in such a way that either it has to affect these people, or oh, my alarm's going off. So the restricted buildings or grounds means any posted, cordoned off, or otherwise restricted area of the White House or its grounds, or the vice president's official residence or grounds, of a building or grounds where the president or other person protected by the Secret Service is or will be temporarily visiting, or the building or grounds so restricted in conjunction with the event designated as a special event of national significance. And so you have to have one of these, and the term other person protected by the Secret Service means any person who the United States Secret Service is authorized to protect under that, blah, 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 right? So it doesn't apply to a post office unless the president is visiting there, essentially. I hope that makes sense. But let's see how the Brain Boy BZ describes it, and let's see if Ehline has an opinion on it and or corrects him. Oops, show this out instead.
Mike, before you start that video, so there's a trespassing thing called 1752
Yep.
federal statute, trespassing on restricted buildings.
Yep.
Now, it does say restricted buildings, but there's two things in there, and one of them is disorderly conduct, which is up there on poster 7. Now, you got to remember, why is the post office only fenced in the backside where the mail's at?
Well, wouldn't that depend on where the post office is? Maybe certain post offices are fenced off on the sides, but just because it's open for business, just because it allows the public in. Shit, my alarm went off, and I'm still talking. Anyways, so we're going to take a Fats Waller interlude. Enjoy.
I may forgive, yeah, but just as sure as you live, someday you're gonna be doggone sorry. Listen, heifer, you cheated on me. Forget it. Give it up. Be sure it's true when you say I love you. It's a sin to tell a lie. Billions of hearts have been broken, yes, yes. Just because these words were spoken. You know the words that were spoken? Here it is. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Yes, but if you break my heart, I'll break your jaw and then I'll die. So be sure it's true when you say I love you. It's a sin to tell a lie. Now get on out there and tell your lie. What is it? Be sure it's true when you say I love you. It's a sin, a doggone sin to tell a lie. What I said. When somebody thinks you're wonderful, what a difference in your day. Seems as though your troubles disappear like a feather in your way. When somebody thinks
I took the opportunity to get myself a non-alcoholic libation. Delightful. Alligator does taste like chicken. Tofu chicken? I don't know about that. It might have to do with what piece you're getting from where, or your familiarity with what tofu chicken tastes like. I don't eat tofu. I prefer real meat. I like to put a big old piece of meat in my mouth.
It's not fenced in from the front of the property. How come the lobby doors aren't locked at night? Where the
Well, again,
post office
it's
boxes are?
open to the public, but the argument
24
would
hours
be,
a day, 7 days a week.
but the argument would be for a prosecutor is that, you know, a traditional public meeting doesn't entail standing.
What's a traditional public meeting? What's a traditional public meeting? So the deal is, like, why would it say auditoriums? Well, I think they took this from another agency's generalized restriction on filming, because I know several agencies have similar worded restrictions. Like the VA, if I remember correctly, has a similarly worded restriction on filming. So I think what they're talking about is, I think it's just generalized language. But for example, if the postmaster is going to give an interview to someone in the lobby, foyer, whatever, that'd be the most likely place where they would be doing it, right? I guess.
In a lobby and filming. However, you guys, you just saw that BZ wasn't there just for the purposes of filming. He's there to observe because our tax dollars are funding a building and an organization that loses money consistently, that has employees that have a total attitude problem, that always are getting busted for stealing mail and constantly being alleged for interfering with elections, stuffing ballot boxes.
Did I hear what I thought I heard?
You know, help and all consistently. He's there to observe because our tax dollars are funding a building and an organization that loses money consistently.
How is filming? How is you going into the lobby and filming going to show the loss of money or help stem the loss of money? How is that going to happen? What effect will you filming have on whether or not they lose money?
Has employees that have a total attitude problem.
Well, you show me a company that is nationwide, literally nationwide, and I will show you a company that has employees who have attitude problems. It's almost like people exist, and if you get enough people, you're going to find someone with an attitude problem. even if you have nothing but the absolute best people in the world, even if you have absolutely the best people in the world, even those people on any given day, a percentage of those will be having a bad day and an attitude problem.
Always are getting busted for stealing mail and all.
They're always getting busted for stealing mail. Always. I mean, that is a strange and citation needed. First of all, if you're going to say that some people have been convicted of stealing mail, sure. Again, you show me any nationwide, like Amazon. People steal from Amazon. Employees steal from Amazon. What percentage? I don't know, but there is a percentage of employees of Amazon that are going to steal from Amazon. It's going to happen. FedEx. It's anytime you get people, you're going to find a percentage of them are going to steal. I don't know what that means. Well, good.
And constantly being alleged for
Constantly being alleged. What do we call that? What do we call that when it's constantly being alleged? First of all, what's constant? And second of all, who cares if it's alleged? Has it been proven? Has it been proven?
or interfering with elections, stuffing ballot boxes, helping their party win elections. And they control elections now since COVID. You know that. So people are really worried. And so now we have this new thing going on.
You know that, he says.
Where we have auditors who are.
You know that. You know that. No one in the post office votes Republican. Just so you guys are aware. No one votes Republican in the post office. And so they're all just terrible people, and they're all demon rats or whatever gay ass insult that he's gonna sling at them. It's just ridiculous. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't trust the federal government. I personally believe that the election was rigged. So I guess I'm pushing it too. But I'm not going around saying that it was like we need to get rid of the post office or whatever. We need to film the post office, because somehow filming in the post office at times when elections aren't going on is going to somehow fix it. It's just stupid. Context matters. But I'm all for, and people used to be all for, one person, one vote. I know, like in India, they make you you have to vote in person, which I personally think is a great idea. Got to vote in person. And they make you dip your thumb in this purple ink that won't wash off. Like, basically, you got to cut your fucking thumb off to get the ink off, right? And you can't vote if you already have a purple thumb. So, like, why can't we do that? Why can't our elections be at least as secure as like a third world country? Why can't we have elections that are as secure as a third world country? Why can't we have a paper trail? Why can't we have voting only on election day? I don't know who that's going to benefit or why. I don't really fucking care. Why can't we have a requirement that people show ID to vote? Why can't we have that? You've got to show ID to rent a hotel room. You've got to show ID to buy alcohol. You've got to show ID to get a library card. I don't know what happens if you have no thumbs, orange cones. I'm sure they have some way of showing. You got to dip something in purple ink. If you got no thumbs, dip your first finger in. If you got no fingers, dip your hand in. If you got no hand, dip your stumps in. If you got no stumps, dip your dick in. I don't fucking know, but I'm sure they have some way of showing that you voted or not. But anyway, I would just love to have secure elections. Take away the ability of people to claim that the elections were rigged if you have secure elections. That's it. Just have secure elections. I don't know why that's fucking terrible for people to have secure elections. I guess maybe I'm just archaic. And I really don't fucking care, because I'm not going to vote because Do you want the shit sandwich or you want the giant turd, right? Shit sandwich or giant turd? Well, you know what? I'm going to vote for neither, because either way, it's going to suck to eat.
They're getting braver, going and filming stuff, and it's opened up a whole new field of law. That's really what's going on, guys. Because before, people didn't understand that they had these rights, believe it or not. It was kind of kept under wraps.
Oh, you mean like this field of law, like Wigington? This field of law, where he just got cited for ordinary trespass to real property, resisting a peace officer, and disorderly conduct. Whole new field of law, folks. Whole new field of law. So different and unusual. So out of the ordinary. Before this, we never had trespassing cases and resisting arrest cases and disorderly conduct cases. It's a whole new field of law. Thank God we have people fucking filming in post offices now, because it's a whole new field of law.
But yeah, we actually do have rights to hold our government accountable. And people like DZ are leading the way. People like Chile and DZ are leading the way. Now,
it's like OTVO. Yeah, we can film and then call people with guns, because that's what they do.
Yeah, and look, the classic one saying stealing gift cards and shit. LOL. Yeah.
There's a lot of mail theft complaints.
Hell yeah, and back in the
there's a lot of mail theft complaints. Define a lot. Ehline likes to say things like many people are saying, many people are talking about, and it's a meaningless phrase. What does many mean? That is a qualitative word, not a quantitative word.
the day, your grandma always would stuff $5 in your envelope, and she'd always call and go, "Did you get it?" You'd be like, "Liar."
Actually, Mike, I was looking up the United States Postal Inspection. It's the Office of the Inspector General. They were actually showing many reports just last month where the postal inspectors have arrested a lot of postal employees for stealing mail. So they do investigate their own and arrest them.
What's a lot? What's a lot? And how many of them are convicted? What's a lot?
Yeah, they kind of have to sometimes, but
Only when they get the complaints.
Right. The complaints
if you don't say something, they don't do nothing.
That's right. And you're out there trying to do something. And so I wanted to give a little bit of context, though. So poster 7, which I got up here on the screen, and part of it is talking about, these are the rules in that glass container that they have in these.
Well, you're absolutely right, Jasper, because they do all of their theft of whatever gift cards in the lobby. And I mean, I'm sure that you, as well as I, are aware of how many postal employees have been caught stealing from the post office due to the diligent work of post office auditors like BZ Watchdog. Because of him, he's taken a whopping 0 fucking people off the streets. 0 fucking criminals. BZ Watchdog has caught 0 fucking criminals. Show me one postal employee who has been caught stealing by a post office auditor, First Amendment auditor for the post office. Show me one. Oh, you can't? It's because it doesn't happen. That's fucking why.
Post offices. And it's like,
and every post office I have ever been in, since I've been old enough to understand about First Amendment auditing, I look in there, and I have never been in a post office since 2013 or thereabout where there hasn't been cameras in it. Every single post office I have been in since 2013 where I bothered to look has had cameras. If those cameras, which are specifically angled there to catch people stealing, which are recording 24/7, if those aren't catching people, if those aren't stopping it, then how is your fat ass standing in there from halfway across the fucking lobby? It looked like all the way across the lobby. He was zooming in on that bitch. Well, that is true. That is true, which is why there's so much sex happening at post offices.
Usually a plastic laminate. They're usually side by side. They're pretty big, kind of like at your work, the work comp poster they have in the lobby. Same kind of deal. It tells what the rules and regs are. And so some cops will come in and go, "Well, you're not in the actual lobby. You're in the actual business area, and you're filming private documents and all this stuff, right? Or you can be over here postal."
Why would they say? Why would a cop say that? Why wouldn't a cop walk in and say, "You're trespassing. You've been told to leave. Fucking leave"? Why wouldn't a cop say, "You're trespassing. You've been told to leave. Fucking leave, or I'll arrest you"? Local cops aren't there to enforce those federal laws. Local cops, generally speaking, absent some fucking weird deputization for federal task force or something like that, aren't there to enforce postal regulations. Oh no! Oh my god, that is awesome! I can't wait for it, BZ Watchdog. I cannot wait for it, dude. What are you gonna sue me for? Holy shit! Threatening a lawyer with a lawsuit. Oh my god, you are a bright boy, aren't you? I wouldn't hire you for being such a douche. Yeah, except I don't know if you've watched this from the beginning, you fat fucktard. But I've shown my work. I've shown how you and your dumbass Ehline get it wrong. Oh, holy fuck. I need to take care of something real quick. Hold on 1 second. I gotta do something.
You gaily swing along. At night you may be weary, but your heart still sings a song. When somebody thinks you're wonderful, love is mighty close to you. Just another thing more wonderful, making all your dreams come true. Oh, somebody done told you it's wonderful, huh? Different than today, I see that now. Oh, the troubles done disappeared? So you got feathers in your way now, huh? Yeah, tell me more. Get me more. Get me more of that smile, yeah. And them spoons you set my palm. Well, all right. Oh, how you be the morning. Oh, you gaily swing along. At night you may be weary. Your heart still sings a song. When somebody makes you wonderful, love is mighty close to you. Just another thing more wonderful, making all your dreams come true. Well, all right. You're gonna be sorry, just wait and see. You're gonna be sorry as you can be. You'll be longing to belong to me. You're going through what I've gone through for you. You're going to be sorry, you may regret. And maybe it's my turn playing hard to get. But I'm still in love with you. Someday you'll want me to. But don't wait too late, 'cause you'll be sorry. Yeah. Come on with you, come on, yeah. Said I'm still in love with you. Someday you'll want me to. But don't wait too late, 'cause you're gonna be sorry. Sorry you'll be, so help me.
Not only am I buying dinner, but I had to make reservations for it as well. Anyway, I'm totally scared, BZ Watchdog. You frightened me. Don't eat the complaint. I look forward to receiving service, and yeah, totally scared. That right there, that's controlled fear. How many Twix bars would it take to settle?
They'll try to pull that. But so you can tell there's like a total misunderstanding of how all this works, even with the police. And in this case, with police who aren't even authorized to be there. They're not even federal police. So let's go.
And as we've already shown, the likelihood that the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction is somewhere in the slim to none range for that post office. Because that post office looks like it was acquired sometime after 1940. Which means that the federal government would have had to proactively say, hey, we want exclusive jurisdiction. And since the post office, in fact, is tasked with making arrangements with local law enforcement to try to enforce the rules, odds are that the federal government did not want or ask for exclusive jurisdiction.
Go ahead and keep watching this bad chicken.
Or a federal court order for rule. Other photographs may be taken only with the permission of the local postmaster installation head.
Which means restricted areas. Yeah, that's a really old one right there, bro.
Yeah, but we've seen this at the post office before.
Remember that guy at the machine for later. Fast forward.
Yeah, that's cool. This is a really good job. Give me a bunch of ones for BZ's editing of his video. Not bad, right, guys? I wonder who that guy is.
Attitude.
There is a purpose.
See, look at how far away he is. That's a long way.
Yeah, but
This
you're
is the
government official.
mandatory stand-up talk memo that was issued to all employees by the Postal Inspection Service, which is the service that regulates enforcing the rules and regulations of the post office, investigating any crime against the employee, patron, or property. Long Island Audit has a unredacted memo here. I got a FOIA back, and it was completely redacted.
Which now I have the unredacted I just posted earlier. So
Yeah.
And then that lady was stirring some stuff up because that other one was stirring stuff up. Domino effect.
Yeah, that's how it is. It's that mob mentality, you know.
I fast
They
forward
haven't
because there's nothing
worked
happening. I fast forward because there's nothing happening or being said. So
Okay.
that was for Brick. He told me I needed more bells in there.
That was cool, man.
You need
I'm
more
glad you got
cowbells.
that.
You need more cowbells.
That is so cool. This is great. Good job, Rick. Good man. This raises so many issues for me as a lawyer who really cares about the
You know,
country.
I feel like
What issues does it raise? What legal issues does it raise, Ehline? Go ahead and enlighten your audience. What legal issues does that raise as a lawyer? Is she violating someone's constitutional rights? Or does the federal government, just like the owner of a private business, have the authorization, the power, the authority to preserve the property under its care to the lawful purpose that property is intended for? That was a gross paraphrasing of Adderley versus Florida.
like I was being discriminated based on race, not based on
I have
camera.
to stop recording.
What race are you? Fucking Hut? What race are you? You look white or white-ish.
Well, it's perfectly okay.
First
to
Amendment says
discriminate
Congress shall
against
make
white
no
people,
law
right?
respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people's peaceful to assemble and to petition the government for a redress grievance.
Wow, the First Amendment. Wow, thanks. Not gonna talk about U.S. v. Kokinda. Not gonna talk about that one. Not gonna talk about general non-public forum laws, where the government is at its zenith in ability to restrict your First Amendment rights.
No. Really, you go ahead and call police. But aren't you supposed to call the postal inspector first?
Well, wouldn't that be? I mean, let's just arguendo say that memo is in fact USPS policy. That would be what we call policy, not law. So at most, she would be written up for not following policy. At most.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure you follow protocols.
They looking squared away, dude. Go. Yeah, you can never hear what they're really saying.
Oh, don't worry, that 911 call's coming.
Like Let's TVO says, call people with guns.
You know what? It's because I'm white. Let's just call it how it is.
You're being racially discriminated against because you're white. It's not the camera in your hand. It's because you're white. And let me guess, if you went in there with the bateau sai, if you could stand to be in your presence, then you're suggesting to me that the bateau sai would also have been trespassed?
Mr. Dion, just say you're filming all the signage so you can remember everything. I like the idea of just
Look,
filming
Tina makes
my-
a comment right here going, I hope you get my good side for YouTube. So she already knew.
Yeah, dude.
You have a good side? When are you going to show us your good side? I would love to see your good side, BZ.
I mean, they got a 2-star review, and then the first person you deal with has a major attitude problem, has zero understanding of her role as a public servant. She looks at it like she's running the show.
OTV
Is she a public servant or is she a public employee? Is she a public servant or a public employee?
says no stamps were injured in the production of this audit.
I love this guy, man. All you guys are hilarious. This is like my therapy. My therapy. Come on, you.
My therapy. Oh, don't worry, I'll get her good side later. There is no such thing as a good side on this woman, though.
Oh man, she just is really an unhappy individual. Not liking you at all, buddy.
I don't think she likes life.
Well, if you worked at the post office, you probably wouldn't either.
If I had to work with her at the post office, I definitely wouldn't.
I wouldn't want to work there. Just having a reputation of someone with a 2-star rating is, knowing that they just going there and being mistreated all these years ever since I was young. Like they just.
And by the way, this is a rich area. By the way,
either way, they just get
a white, rich area.
So wait, in a white area, your words, you are being discriminated against for being white in a white area. Makes sense to me.
Right.
Now you know why they are rude.
Oh, right.
Wait a minute. They would be the black lady is being rude because you're a white person in a white area. That's bold. That's bold. You're accusing her of being racist because she's not white. You're accusing her because she's not white of being racist against whites. That's bold. That's fucking bold.
maybe that's, I don't know.
They feel oppressed.
Isn't it kind of
Who
ironic?
is they? Who is they? Are you making a generalization about someone based on the color of their skin? They? Is it all post office workers? Or is it specifically this one? Because of the color of her skin. Who's they?
Ironic that they tell me I can't film in the post office, but there must be at least 20 cameras just like this one watching her all day.
So it's probably not the fucking camera. It's probably not the camera. It's the fact that you're being weird and creepy and breathing heavy. It's like aggressive staring. Why are you aggressively staring?
Which you can still FOIA if you wanted to.
Look at Mama Lion. She's saying the same thing about the DMV. 80 to 90% of the people are just furious about the treatment they get.
Hey, once I tackle the federal, I might roll down to the state and start hitting the DMVs.
Man, it's just the same deal.
Wow. I'm sure all the DMV personnel are shaking in their boots. Shaking and quaking in their boots. Maybe that's just the fucking tremors of you lumbering towards them, but I'm sure they're shaking or quaking in their boots.
Government employees just treat people like trash, and they wonder why people don't like the government. It's just, come on, guys, give me a break. They act like they're entitled. I mean, they complain about like people that are working 18 hours a day being entitled, but they're the ones living off our taxes, treating us like garbage. Look at this, the way they're treating BZ.
Mike, I need your business card. That way I get approached by a cop. I just tell them to call you. That way.
I'd love to talk to him.
Yeah, before you take action and want to get sued, would you like to talk to my attorney?
I'll try to witness to him about coming over to the light side of the force.
Do it.
Wait a minute. So is Ehline your attorney now? Is Ehline representing you? Do you have a lawyer client relationship with Ehline? I don't know if I can show that particular penile figure on my channel, Cock McLongerballs. That is, yeah. I don't know if I could show it. I would love to show it, but I don't think YouTube would cotton to that so much.
Chili talk. This is why you don't want to be part of the Death Star.
Well, hopefully Chili will be available. And I'll just turn the phone over to him.
Oh, let's have Chili come back up to Texas, go auditing with me. That way, when the cops show up, I can just release the dog, man. Release the dog.
Dude, we were headed to Uvalde, man. That's why I'm so upset. That woman is getting really messed with by those cops. That woman who rescued her kids. Well, those cowardly police did nothing and stood around and handcuffed and pepper sprayed parents who wanted to rescue their children. And she went and rescued her kids, and her payment was to get thrown in jail.
How good of an audit would that be if I just did my audit and as soon as the cops show up, Chili, sick them?
I agree. And Katie Kidman.
What does that mean? Chili sick 'em. Like what? Chili's a dog that you can tell to attack? Weird.
Don't worry, Chili. I'll bail you out, but let me film it first.
Katie Kidman says you should do it.
So why? What's in that? What's in that for Chili? That's really weird.
About the school board. They're the most corrupt agency in the country.
You know what? I'm a little touchy with Cameron kids, man. It's kind of a.
That is true.
I kind of draw the line when it comes to school districts and stuff, man.
That is true.
So right now, I also draw the line with churches too.
So right now, you and I are just talking, but obviously you still got.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
I'm in a lobby, man.
Are you a paying customer? That's the lobby. You're inside our retail.
Okay. I'm not gonna follow your asking permission. I'm gonna respectively decline.
Okay. Thank you.
I was gonna tell her I wasn't gonna follow her directives, but she was actually asking not giving directives. So
right.
It's at this point she goes and calls 911 for a non-emergency related issue.
So at this point, because you're right, BZ, because you have a spine, because you're a confident man who's confident in your knowledge and understanding of the law, you're going to stay there and challenge the authority of the people who are coming, right? You're going to say the cops have no jurisdiction, so I'm just going to stay here because I'm confident that I will be vindicated in the court of law, right? That's what's going to happen, right?
Seriously.
I've obtained the 911 call. Here is the audio from that call.
So obviously this took you a while to get this 911 tape.
Yeah.
Address of your emergency?
Production.
Yes, I'm a supervisor.
Yeah, but you want for
I
BZ,
have a guy in here recording. Respectfully, I told him. Address of your emergency? Yes, I'm a supervisor at the post office. I have a guy in here recording. Respectfully, I told him he can go outside. Which address? 1651 Davis Boulevard. What is he recording? Just recording in the area. In a corner. He's not a paying customer. He refuses to get out.
How do you know I'm not a paying customer? I have a
What
chance.
does he look like?
She asked you if you're a paying customer. She asked you, dude. That's how she knows you're not. She asked you. Like, is this hard? Like, did it just bounce off your fatty skull? She asked you.
Caucasian.
I take offense to that, ma'am.
Left hand. Brown hair. Hat. Brown hat.
Wait, what'd you
Left
say?
hand. Caucasian.
I take offense to that, ma'am.
You take offense to being called Caucasian? Why? Why is it offensive to be called Caucasian? As a Caucasian male, I don't know why you would take offense to being called Caucasian. Is there something negative about being white? Is there something lesser or demeaning about being white? Why would you take offense at being called Caucasian if you're Caucasian?
That's racist.
Left hand.
That's racist.
Why is it racist? Am I missing a joke? Who's growing Rambos here? Who? Am I just missing something? Hold on, scrolling up. Scrolling. I don't see anybody named Grass Grown Rambo. Easy has you blocked. I'm sorry to hear that. Is BZ still in chat? Because I don't see him anymore. Oh no, here he is. The trolls love you, but real clients won't hire you. How do you know? How do you know real clients won't hire me? I'm not the one who's begging for scraps, by the way, BZ. I'm not Ehline monetizing my channel. Thanking every Tom, Dick, and Harry for every $1.99 they donate. Selling books on how I became a lawyer without getting a college degree or a law school degree. I'm not the guy who's trying to make money every which way other than practicing law. Every dollar I have, every cent I have comes from the practice of law. So how do you know real clients won't hire me? What is your evidence, good sir? What is your evidence, good sir? I'm sorry. Grass growing is brick. Oh. Well, moving on.
Brown hair. Hat. Brown hat.
BZ, you don't identify as being Caucasian, do you? I mean, I'm just saying.
Fuck, I'm like mixed, bro. I mean,
Yeah,
I'd probably more identify as green and mean. I mean, maybe
Yeah.
not so lean.
I
But
think it's pretty racist to say you're Caucasian.
yeah,
Give me
because
a
I'm
bunch of
actually mixed, man. For people who don't know, I'm actually German, Italian, and Puerto Rican. I mean, if anything, I'm a Heinz 57 and not of a Caucasian.
If you're Puerto
descent.
Rican, you black. So give me a bunch of
Oh my god! What the fuck was that? Oh my Jesus Christ! Oh. Holy fuck!
Heinz 57, and not of a Caucasian.
If you're Puerto Rican, you black. So give me a bunch of.
Hey, your mic's out. Okay, no, you're good.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, these guys are fucking hilarious! Oh my god, they are fucking hilarious! I didn't know they did comedy. That is great. That is fucking amazing. Oh. Oh my god, that is fucking awesome. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That is beautiful.
Okay. Do you know what he arrived in? Brown? No, I do not.
What I said is, if you're Puerto Rican, you black. So give me a bunch of ones for my brother BZ.
If you brown, don't brown.
Lakesha, L-A-K-E-S-H-A. Are you asking to leave anyone?
And he doesn't even realize what the fuck he's doing. Oh, oh Jesus.
Yes, ma'am. And your last name, Lakeisha? Washington. I'm so sorry. Say it one more time. Washington.
I bet George is rolling over in his grave.
I have to call him. We'll get off. Does have any further altercations?
Why are you blasting her name out there like that? Why are you misstating her name? Rudely and somewhat racistly, one might add. Why are you doing that? And why are you blasting out her first and last name? That's kind of rude, I would suggest. It's kind of rude. Like, I guess you can, but it's kind of rude.
With him, if anything escalates, call back immediately on 911. Okay.
There's the douche right there.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
There she is.
Ma'am, can I ask if your name and your title?
Lakeisha Washington.
God, it's terrible.
Oh my God, a guy with the camera. Help us all.
Right. What I don't get, honestly, is like you're just filming. You're not doing anything wrong. And
What's your name and title, ma'am?
I don't get it.
What's your name?
Not polite. I'm using words like ma'am and sir and everything else.
Yeah.
So you're refusing?
Well, see, the thing is, it's unusual, right? I've made videos on filming in the post office and why people react to it in the way they do, that they don't react to security cameras. It's because it's unusual and it's aggressive staring. You're focusing a camera on them and they don't know why. Do you have the right to do it? Maybe, it depends, but it's still, you're focusing on them. It's aggressive staring. People have forever been kind of conditioned and accustomed to taking a stare as threatening. If I walked into a bar and I stared a dude like right in the eye and maintained that stare, he would think I was ready to fuck or fight, right? If it's Josh, he'd think I was down to fuck. If it was just about any other dude, he'd think I was ready to fight. Aggressive staring is something that we're hardwired about. Humans are hardwired. Unless you know the person, you can make eye contact with someone you know and trust, blah, blah, blah. But if they don't know you and you're staring at them, that starts the fight or flight thing. So, and that's not something that you get from the cameras in the ceiling. They're not aggressively staring at you. You can't see if someone's watching you through that. But she can see this fat motherfucker training the camera on her. And she wants to know why. And that's not unreasonable. That's not unreasonable that she would want to know why. And he wants to get a reaction, and so he's not going to give her the reaction, or he's not going to give her the hey, I'm just testing out to see if I can film. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I'm just going to go around and film some products, and then I'm going to leave. Right? If he'd said that, probably wouldn't have called the cops, but he didn't. He is aggressively staring with his camera.
Give me your info. Okay.
Okay.
And they got a 2 rating, right? A 2 rating across Google and Yelp, and you're there
No, 1.6 on Yelp.
And you're trying to figure out why. And I think we just figured out why. Give me a bunch of ones if you think they deserve their 1.6 Yelp rating at the
Mike, I wasn't there 2 minutes and figured out why.
I mean, I think holding government agencies, but I think we should just eliminate the post office. We have electronic communications. We can have private carriers do the rest.
Look at this woman.
Well, so I'm not necessarily opposed to eliminating the USPS, or at least allowing it to become privatized and removing its sole right to have PO boxes and to deliver mail to mailboxes. It's got a state enforced monopoly on that. So I'm not against that necessarily, but like, do you think that you can do away without mail services at all? Because a lot of things come in the mail that you can't send in an email. Like I get Amazon deliveries through the US mail for small things. It'd be hard for them to email me a package of fish food, right? Certified checks through the mail. I mean, maybe you could scan it, but would the bank accept that? Maybe not. I don't know. It's kind of naive to think that you could replace entirely the services that are performed by the USPS with email.
I'm probably pissed off because somebody woke her up from her damn nap.
Just wants to go smoke
So
that
since you're
blunt.
asking me to leave, ma'am, are you not going to give me your name and title? Oh, Michelle. Okay, great. Got your name. Oh, I have it right here. Like column. I have it right here on your stand-up memo. Your mandatory topic.
That's what I don't get. They have a memo that says they're not supposed to call. They're not supposed to do anything, right? And they're doing everything exactly opposite of their memo.
Mandatory stand-up talk. I just want to make it clear.
Well, again, I don't know entirely that is an actual memo. I'm gonna. I was starting to wonder if you were lying, but then you finished it, and I realized that no, you were telling the truth. The setup was better because of the punchline at the end. Enjoy it. But maybe it's not a memo. I still am not entirely sure that I trust this fat fuck, that it is an actual memo, that he FOIA'd an actual memo. Again, because someone else said that he attempted to FOIA the same thing, and he received back a non-response. So it would be interesting if someone has the time or gives a flying fuck. Brick Jonesy uses an alt account grass growing. Okay, fair enough.
Clear, you're also violating your poster 7. Can you leave?
They're violating their poster 7. What part of the poster 7 are they violated? The part where it says that they can, they have the authorization. An authorized person can tell you to stop filming, and then you have to stop filming. That part, is that the part that they're violating?
Too much commotion.
The only commotion's the employees, ma'am.
Go to hell, mister.
What did she say?
Go to hell, mister.
Oh my gosh, that was not very nice.
That is true. USPS bulletins have bulletin numbers, but do memos. USPS memos. So here we go. $23. There's nothing about filming or photography in there. Those are memorandums of policies. Memorandums of policy. Did I just go through this one? Yes. We did that. Publications. Photo. Nothing about photography. Nothing about filming. Nothing about photography. Nothing about filming. Oops, FILM. No, nothing about filming. Signs. Nothing about photography. Nothing about filming. Can someone in chat tell me what the name of the ouch. Ouch. My wife does respect me. You take that back. My wife respects me very much, sir. Anybody remember the name of that memo? They edited those memos. Yeah, I think they did. Like, yeah, it does appear that everything posted by the USPS has its own codes, and they're dated. Oh, there's 2 pages, or at least there's more pages. Next. Nope. What was the other one? It was memorandums of policy. There another page on this one? Yes, there is. Nice. Film, no. Photo, no. Photo display folder. Is there another page? Yes. And nothing there. Interesting. We're gonna do the whole little moving on thing. Well, that would be interesting. Want to see the actual mandatory? Go to my community page. It's unredacted there. How do I? Okay, so I'm going to go to. We will. Let's do that. Let's do that. Go to channel. Community. Filming on postal property. So the title of it is called Filming on Postal Property. Well, I don't see. So BZ, if you're still here, apparently you still are. I don't see a. Identification number on it. There's no. I don't see anything like that. Filming, no. Photo, no. August 4th, 2022. Would it be another way of looking at it? So 8 of 22 is what we're looking for. 8/22. No. Is there another page on this one? Sure. And nothing there, nothing there. Okay. Let's go back to this one. Look up just the date. 8/22. No. Next page. 8/22. No. Well, so it's an internal memo. Well, they're all of these are internal memo. Like management instructions are internal. This is an internal memo. This talking about email marketing. They're talking about security counterlines. I mean, these are internal. They're manuals. These are internal. Employee and labor relations manual. These are internal. These are internal, dude. Memorandums of policy. These are internal. See, these are corporate procedures intended for specific audiences. So So that's why I'm having, like, I'm not necessarily saying you're lying on this one. I'm saying that I doubt. I doubt. You haven't shown me anything to suggest that it is actually a real memo. That's the problem that I'm running into, BZ. Why don't you show your documents that where you requested it, show us your request, your FOIA request, and show us the response that you got back in its entirety, not just the quote unquote unredacted memo. That's what I would suggest. That would give you an air of credibility. So I'm on his community page, and he has some other pictures of what he believes the actual paper copy is, and it's cut off the top and the bottom, so it's hard to see if there is a bulletin number on it. Since I'm making an accusation, no, I'm not making an accusation. I'm saying that I tend to doubt it. That's not an accusation. I've given you a breadcrumb. I don't give a fuck what you've given me. Seriously, though, I doubt you leave any breadcrumbs, you fat fuck. I'll bet you eat all the fucking bread and you lick up the breadcrumbs off of your fat chest and neck area. The burden of proof as a lawyer is on you. No, you're holding it out. You are holding it out as an actual communication. So the burden of proof is on you. I'm saying I doubt it. I can't prove it's not, but you can prove that it is. So the burden of proof is actually on you. But nice try, you fat, stupid fuck. I'm going to sue you for calling me a fat, stupid fuck. Well, you are fat, you are stupid, and you probably don't fuck. So on that one count, maybe I've embellished. Anyway, back to this. Back to these two fucking idiots opining about shit they don't know.
What did you ask?
That's because she was in there talking shit about me when I was outside.
How many seats do you think that BZ Watchdog would have to buy if he ever wanted to fly out here for a hearing, for a lawsuit hearing? How many seats do you think he'd have to buy? I would bet 3. I'd bet a full 3. Do a FOIA. You personally shame me against YouTube standards. Very unprofessional attorney. You personally shame me against YouTube. Dude, you shame yourself. You went on there showing how fat and ugly and retarded you are. Your own words, your own actions, your own appearance shows how fucking retarded, stupid, fat, ugly you are. I don't know why you're calling me about YouTube standards. Like, fucking report me to YouTube, dude. I don't give a fuck. Very unprofessional attorney. I'm not acting in my current role as an attorney. I'm acting right now as a YouTube streamer. So I am a very professional YouTube streamer. I've got my powered by StreamYard logo up in the upper right-hand corner. Very professional. I'm very professional. Chat, give me a 1 in chat if you think I'm a very professional YouTube streamer. 1 in chat. Come on, chat. Give me a 1 in chat if you think I'm a very professional YouTube streamer, or if you think the BZ Watchdog is a fat, ugly, stupid fuck. Give me one in chat. One in chat.
Man, it's like what I don't get is like you're not really presenting any kind of a problem other than they just don't like you being there.
They don't like the white man with a camera.
So you're not a licensed attorney in any state. You found me out, bro. You found me out. I'm not a licensed attorney in any state. It's just to help you out because you're fucking retarded. I've given you a breadcrumb, and now the burden of proof is on you. No, I'm not going to play that stupid game. My name is John Rietveld. I'm licensed to practice in the state of California. I'm on the California State Bar attorney webpage. You can look me up there. You can even find my address there for my law office, where you could send a notice and acknowledgement of receipt for service of process. I'll be happy to accept it. I will sign and return the notice and acknowledgement of receipt, and you can use that to sue me because that's how much I'm fucking scared of you. Or not. You stupid fuck.
Right. The Caucasian.
Yeah, I thought those type of ignorant people love to be on camera talking to the news reporter.
Apparently, those type of ignorant people do love to be on camera talking, and that would be you.
I don't know, man. I just can only put myself in your shoes and how uncomfortable you must.
Oh, we got some more hard hitting argument from BZ Watchdog. You're an officer of the court and just admitted you were an attorney on the side. Yes, I am an officer of the court, but we're not in a court. You stupid fuck. You stupid fuck. What does being an officer of the court mean? It means I can't lie to opposing counsel and I can't lie to the court. But I don't owe you any duty. Find something in the California rules of professional conduct that make what I'm doing here prohibited. And just remember, you're not the first fat, stupid retard who thought, I'm going to report you to the bar. You're like so far down the list of people who've reported me to the bar. And you know how many times I've heard back from it? Exactly fucking zero. Defamation? Yeah, go ahead. Sue me for defamation, dude. Sue me for defamation. I don't know how I can make this any more fucking clear to you. I don't care what you do, you stupid fucking twat. Sue me for it. Sue me for it. Go ahead. Sue me for it. You don't understand my oath. You don't know what defamation is. You don't know why I don't care. You literally don't know why I don't care. Call him. Say, hey, Darcy, will you represent me in a defamation lawsuit against MERB? And will you do it on contingency basis? Those two things. Because as I have educated my audience, if an attorney won't take a case for you on a contingency basis, it means number one, he doesn't think that there's a valid cause of action there, or number two, he doesn't think he's going to be able to recover. Well, I'm a landowner, so he could probably recover, but he still won't take it on contingency. You know why? It's because I haven't fucking defamed you, you fat fuck. You dumbass. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, you don't know. You're so stupid. You don't know what defamation is. You don't know what defamation is. And Ehline's not fucking smart enough to teach you. Oof. That one might get through the state bar. That one might get through the state bar. I'm not angry. If I was actually angry, I'd get off the stream. I'd get off the stream, and or I'd ban you. You're angry. I don't like cops. See, that's that you're so stupid and ignorant. I don't like cops. I'm very hard on cops. Why would you think I like cops? You're so stupid. Like, everything about you, even your insults are stupid. It's really hard to deal with people as stupid as you, because you're so stupid that you don't realize how stupid you are. Anyway, I blocked you twice. No, I timed you out, you dumb shit. I timed you out because you say stupid shit. Just invoke your Fifth Amendment because I am not the dumbass. You're also not the government. So I don't have to invoke my Fifth Amendment right. Anything I say, you're not going to be able to use against me because you don't know how to do it. This isn't defamation. But seriously though, so BZ Watchdog, why don't you come on up? The link is in the description. You could tell me all about how you were in Force Recon. Link's at the top. It's pinned up at the top. Top comment. Come on up, dude. Tell me about how you were in Force Recon. I won't mute you or anything like that. I'll let you have your full say. Come on up and tell me. I have nothing to prove to you or the G boys. Well, see, again, you're making claims. It's you making claims. Why are you making claims if you can't back it up? Like when I say that Ehline's wrong, what do? I show things. Like I don't know if you saw this particular case, Wigington versus State of Illinois, but this particular case shows how a court is going to deal with it. I also showed other cases, but they show, the cases that I cite show how you don't have to necessarily invoke federal jurisdiction to get trespassed from a post office. So BZ, like I hope you're paying attention, but if you look in this case, Wiggum got arrested for resisting a peace officer, criminal trespass to real property, and disorderly conduct. And the actions leading to his arrest occurred at a post office. Like, are you tracking? Are you understanding this? Are you understanding it? I just want to know if you understand the underlying facts. I'm not saying whatever, dude. Like, look at this case. Look at this case. He was arrested for criminal trespass to real property, resisting a peace officer, and disorderly conduct in a post office. And his argument was, oops, sure, this is the opinion. This is the court opinion. These are the facts. These are underlying facts. So Wiggum's argument was that the court or the federal government had exclusive jurisdiction. Wiggum's core objection to a state court prosecution is he believes the Belvedere Post Office is subject to exclusive federal jurisdiction, precluding state prosecution for events occurring there. Do you see that? Do you read it? That is what Wiggum was arguing. This isn't about a conviction. This is about Wiggum's argument, just like Ehline's argument, just like your argument, that a post office has exclusive federal jurisdiction. So there's all these hoops you have to jump through. It doesn't. Not necessarily. I mean, there are some, but not necessarily. And the court rejects that argument. The court says no, because of 40 USC 3112, which I've had up here before, exclusive jurisdiction is not required. And the presumption is that the jurisdiction has not been accepted by the government, has not been accepted until the government accepts jurisdiction. And the court goes on to analyze that. And Wiggum tries to get around it. Wiggum's main argument is their exclusive federal jurisdiction over the Belvedere Post Office. Whether it is subject to 40 USC 3112. And it's not. The court kicks it back. The court kicks it back. It is not exclusive jurisdiction. So the court kicks it back to the state. So you're asking repeatedly about show me the conviction. The conviction would be in state court. Do you understand that? Federal court said no. The state arrested you for state crimes, and the state is prosecuting you. And the federal court said no, we don't have jurisdiction here. We're kicking it back. So the conviction would be in state court. Do you understand that? Is that getting through the fat around your ears?
Trying to hold your public servants accountable, and here you are feeling like you're like somehow not supposed to be there because they're causing you to feel that way.
Oh man, I was already expecting. I was just wondering what the damn response time was. I was hoping it was faster than Fort Worth.
I just don't think they're handling themselves with diversity, equity, and inclusion.
No, they're violating.
This is my
the code
FOIA
of,
from the post office. This is an extra jurisdictional agreement.
Hold on.
FOIA request. It shows that the local law
Wait,
enforcement
I gotta
workers
get
of
this
Hills
back.
have no.
See, you're asking for the wrong thing. Your underlying presumption is that they have to have some sort of an extra judicial enforcement agreement. They don't. State law applies unless and until the feds say it no longer applies. So you're asking for the wrong thing. You should be asking for a notice from the federal government. That was it 40 USC 3112. This is acquisition and acceptance of jurisdiction. When the head of a department, agency, or independent establishment of the government or other authorized officer of the department, agency, or independent government considers it desirable, that individual may accept or secure from the state in which land or in land that is under the immediate jurisdiction, custody, or control of the individual is situated, consent to, or cessation of any jurisdiction over the land or interest not previously obtained. The individual shall indicate acceptance of jurisdiction on behalf of the government by filing a notice of acceptance with the governor of the state or in another manner prescribed by the laws of the state where the land is situated. So the first thing that you have to do, BZ, is this is Texas. You'd have to figure out how Texas accepts acquisition and acceptance of jurisdiction. And then you'd have to request that document from the state.
Well, I feel like
if you actually go through the post office handbook, they're actually violating their handbook with the code of conduct. With
Wow.
Where in the handbook? Show us the handbook. Cite to what source in the handbook it is, and then understand and realize that a violation of their internal policy is just cause for reprimand or whatever discipline of the employee. It's not something that you could use in a lawsuit. It's not something that you could point at and say that your rights were violated, because that internal policy establishes between them. You're just spamming shit now, bro. Like, relax, homie. Did I do the wrong thing? I might have put somebody else. So if I did, I apologize. Mirrors 420 DAC. I'm sorry that I timed you out. That spam jumped. You should only be timed out for like 10 minutes or whatever the default is. I don't know. So my apologies, Mirrors 420. My bad. I was trying to spam Brick out because he spammed the same thing like multiple times in a row. So sorry. Yes, bar complaint. Bar complaints for everybody. All right. Sorry, back to this.
They're acting alone. It actually, it's like Postal Code Conduct 661.01, and then it goes through all the like they actually have to, like, you know how we were in the Marine Corps, how you have to maintain that standard inside uniform and outside uniform.
Yes, sir, I sure do.
Their personal lives, it says that in their code of conduct. They also have to behave outside of work as well.
That's right. I mean, police do have a lot of quasi-military sort of policies for sure. You know, code of conduct is a big deal. You don't want to act like a retard out in public. You know, you're gonna bring shame upon the force.
Now, before you start this, it's gonna go real fast, but I wanted to just leave this up for a second so people can see that this is the interjurisdictional or the territorial jurisdictional FOIA that I did, where it shows that there's no such agreement or contract between the North.
You ask for the wrong thing. If you ask for the wrong thing, you don't get back what you're looking for. That's the problem. You ask for the wrong thing.
Richland Hills Police Department, or the United States Postal Service, or the United States Postal Inspection Service, which is the agency that regulates and gives the powers of officers or federal.
So I'm familiar with 18 USC Section 7. That would be the enclave, federal enclave, right? 18 USC 7. Special maritime territorial jurisdiction of the United States defined. And what are you trying to direct me to? 7S. Who's old George?
I'm old George.
Hi, old George.
Hey.
What you got for me?
Well, I just want to interject something real quick about this with BZ Watchdog. I would, as a layman, recommend that he be more careful when he goes into these post office and he deals with these ladies or whoever he's dealing with. And I want to compare it to a quick case and see what you think, Merp. Okay?
Okay.
He, if I didn't miss anything, he called the woman racist. If I didn't miss anything, he said she broke the law when she called 911. He called her name out, full name. Made comments about her looks, put her up for public ridicule. I'm just saying what I saw and heard. I want to remind him of a very famous case that's going on right now. Rudy Giuliani and Ruby Freeman. She won what, $100 million because he held her up for public ridicule. I'm not saying Ruby Freeman's attorneys were right or who owes money to who or nothing. I'm saying tread lightly. Just because she's an employee doesn't mean she doesn't deserve privacy to a certain level and that she should not be accused of things publicly and held up for public ridicule. If I were him, I'd be more concerned about what her cause of action against him could be than what he's squawking at you about.
I don't practice law in Texas, but him calling her racist might be defamatory. He would still probably have to show damages, or she would still probably have to show damages. So unless somehow like she got fired from her position or something like that, she's probably not going to get any damages out of this.
Yeah, that's true. I understand. It depends to what level it goes, because a lot of these auditors have people phone bomb whatever place they're at.
Did he have anybody phone bomb this particular post office?
I don't know how old this video is.
Right. So hypotheticals are hypothetical. Let's deal with what he actually does instead of go into hypotheticals on it. What do you say?
Yeah.
Anything else? Did you want to hang out, or did you? Or
oh yeah, I got plenty of stuff. Right away it's with people who are practicing this kind of stuff on YouTube. They automatically assume what I see. A lot of people. I've had to go to court over the years many times for many different things.
I'm gonna leave you alone here for a minute, George. Don't ruin things for me. I got to go move my.
No, I won't.
Right.
No, I won't.
But entertain the chat for me, will you?
I will. Let me see what's going on in the chats. See if you guys get what I'm trying to say. And Merb's a lawyer, and let me see what's going on. I'm a little out there. Okay. Skywalker, let's see. My goodness. Kelly said a little. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm old George. What I'm trying to say is that Rudy Giuliani made a bunch of accusations against Ruby Freeman, and I'm not getting into whether that was right or wrong or nothing, but she sued Rudy Giuliani for defaming her while she was doing her work as a public servant and referring to videos accusing her of crimes. This is what I'm saying I saw with my own eyes from BZ Watchdog. It's not hypothetical crap, all answers. BZ said she was a racist. BZ said she broke the law when she called 911. So I'm just saying for these guys, to be careful. So I'm just seeing get some feedback. Does the court have arrest power, Mad Hatter? Well, I can tell you what I've seen judges say, go to his house right now and pick him up. I had a guy claimed he was stuck in a hurricane and he couldn't come to our hearing after we'd done depositions. And turned out he was fibbing. He was about 2 blocks up the street. He was claiming that he was in a different state, and it turned out he was fibbing. So the judge sent cops down there to bang on his door and drag him in with handcuffs. So what does that say? Fine, fix, finish. We'll let Merb handle you. Okay. Comments like that show me that you're somebody I don't want to talk to. You're just being an internet idiot, which is fine. So, but more seriously to the point, do you see what I'm saying? When they, public employees are just like anybody else. They have rights to privacy. They have a certain level. Oh, did
Did you what?
I might have put that respect earned
No,
quote up there.
I put them up because I find it hilarious.
Okay.
You'll call on Monday. Give me for giving advice without a law license.
Talking about you or me? Old George is in the books. They keep me off the books.
There you go.
But people were asking about arrest powers, and I saw that before I came up. And I told them how I've seen judges just tell the bailiffs to go down the street and get somebody, drag them out of the house in handcuffs, and then put them in jail for fibbing about where they were.
Well, I mean, so arrest power would be defined under statutes. Any given state will define who has the power of arrest, who doesn't. Generally speaking, even like for felonies that take place in your presence, usually even citizens can make arrest. For felonies and misdemeanors that don't take place in your presence, usually only peace officers can make arrests. Sometimes there's like a shopkeeper's exception that allows shopkeepers to make arrests for misdemeanors when the general public at large wouldn't, blah, blah, blah. So it's a statutory issue that you'd have to actually look at the particular jurisdiction statutes. If for example, a bailiff is a sheriff, a lot of states will use county sheriffs as the bailiffs in state courts, then the state would allow that particular sheriff to go out and make an arrest. If it's something else, then a court may not be able to order a non-sheriff bailiff outside of the courtroom to go make arrest. Does that help?
Yeah. I saw one person say, did the person who got drug out have a warrant? And that's a story I was telling while you were gone, Merb.
Nice.
No, they didn't have a warrant. I had a civil case. We had been to the expense of videotape depositions. He was not looking good. And the day came for the trial. He told the clerk of the court he was in Florida helping his mother with a hurricane, and somebody attested, no, he's not. He's 2 blocks away in his house. I just saw him. And the judge said, go pick him up. And 20 minutes went by. We went out and had recess and went out and got coffee or whatever, a little cafe across the street, came back in. There he was, handcuffs.
Interesting. Well, I mean,
he lost. He owed me.
It couldn't happen.
Ended up he owed me $25,000 after it was all over with. And good luck to me. You know, suing's one thing, collecting's another. I'm sure you're aware of that, Merv.
Oh, I'm sure I am aware of that.
Jurisdiction to the officers of local law enforcement.
Hey, okay, so guys, first of all, we got some new people coming in. Kevin, Beater Now, thank you for coming in. Age Go, Jody, I think I already said hi. Will J Rockstar, thanks for coming in again, brother. Will J Rockstar saying it's nice to have some like basically honest people. Thank you for giving us acknowledgement, bro. And then Katie Kidman again, thanks for your comment about Will Rockstar for sure. And then Let's OTVO, imagine a mailman with a gun. And now just really fast, I want to give you the layman's thing about what's going on with these interjurisdictional agreements from legal sort of interpretation into layman. So federal post offices, like Camp Pendleton, for example, that is a federal.
All right, George, apparently this is really fucking important. All right.
Okay.
All right. Mayo. Do you like mayo or do you not like mayo?
It's wonderful.
You like mayo. All right. So he's a mayo guy, fellas. Let's calm down and chat now.
Unless I want mustard.
So you don't have mayo and mustard together.
So, very rarely.
Okay. All right. So he likes to keep his mayo and mustard separate.
And I like homemade mayonnaise.
Who doesn't like homemade
It's
mayonnaise?
considered to be a federal enclave. It's literally an island. That is federal land. The state has no jurisdiction.
It's literally an island. I don't know if Ehline knows what the word literally means.
There, unless the federal government says they can be there. Straight up. Now, in this case, a law enforcement officer could come on the federal land if it's open to the public for a public purpose. But if a local law enforcement officer goes on to a post office with a firearm, for example, and he does not have permission to have a firearm there for whatever reason.
Actually, Mike, let me stop you. You're wrong about that. I talked to a training officer with Fort Worth PD that trains all the officers.
Yes.
He said even if it's open to the public and he's in uniform, if he's not there for official duties, he's still violating the firearm policy.
There is a lot of question on whether or not the parking lot of a post office is someplace that the post office can restrict you carrying firearms on. Here's the thing, though. I don't think the post office is going to enforce that against a cop, number one, even if he's not there on official business, or against an off-duty officer. I think that the post office is generally pretty okay with cops who are being cool, and they're less okay with non-cops carrying it on there. So, I mean, if the post office doesn't say anything, if they don't have a postal inspector come out to try to enforce it, I don't think that there's going to be an issue with a cop carrying a firearm.
And remember,
for official or unofficial.
I'm sorry, George,
I just want to fire him off. Said earlier in the chats, handcuffs for a civil case with a question mark. And the answer is yes, because if you fib to a judge or fib to the clerk or you show contempt of court, it doesn't matter if you're there for a dog license. You're going to get in trouble with the court like Chili found out.
Well, let's be honest here. Chili was not found guilty of contempt.
True.
All right.
But I live in Realville.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry. I live in Realville. I know that judge was thinking in the back of her mind, he's going to learn a little lesson today.
Do you know that, or do you assume that?
That is my heartfelt conviction.
So you believe that to be true, but you don't know it to be true.
Yes.
Okay.
911 response call for him to be there. Outside of that,
yeah,
he can't just go in there and drop off his mail with his firearm on his hip.
Well, no, you can never. That's what I was trying to say.
Even if he's on duty and he decides to go, like, even if he's in his car and says, "I'm going to sneak in there real quick to do this," it's still a violation of the law. He actually has to be responding to a 911 emergency.
So unless there's an interjurisdictional agreement between the local law enforcement and the federal agency, those police, not only can they not come on, official or not, with their weapon, but they cannot even drive onto the property with a weapon in their vehicle. They have to park their vehicle off of the federal enclave.
That is stupid.
I don't know, Vince. I don't know if in California, if a court could issue an arrest warrant. The court would issue a bench warrant, I guess. So yeah, okay. All right.
Unless they have permission to be there. Now, is it enforced? Probably not. Federal prosecutors aren't going to probably enforce that, but you could sue for it if you were damaged as a result of the.
You could sue for anything. Would you win, Michael? Would you win?
Violation of the policy, for example, or the law. Now, in this.
Could you sue? I mean, would you win if you sued for violation of a policy? Almost certainly no. Almost certainly no.
this particular instance, this is an interjurisdictional agreement FOIA request that BZ did. It's FOIA federal because it was between the post office and
Firemont says, am I incorrect in my understanding that a contempt arrest wouldn't allow the court to force an appearance in a civil case? Well, so in California, a subpoena gets sent out. That is an order of the court. Even though a attorney may sign it, a subpoena is an order of the court. And if you fail to comply with the subpoena, the court may issue an order to show cause, res contempt, in which you may be charged with contempt, and the court may punish you with jail time and or a fine. But it's all may. So yeah, a court could force an appearance in a civil case. Another place where you see it quite often is in California is an order of examination, debtor's exam. Debtors don't like to show up for those, and if they were allowed to just not appear, even though it's civil, if they're allowed to just not appear, they would just not appear. But it does have the force of a court order, and it can be enforced with contempt, and so they show up, and that's the magic of it.
Well, I can
federal, but BZ did.
I can give you an example of a thing called interrogatories.
Ooh, tell me about interrogatories.
I've had people that, of course, didn't want to show up and this and that, but you're ordered to appear. You're ordered to appear. And interrogatories, you can go in a room with somebody and say, fill this sheet of paper out, everything you own, how much you have in the bank, how much this, how much that. And I had one situation where, they don't have anything in the bank, they don't have this, they don't have that. Well, how much do you have in your pockets? Nothing.
That's what happens at a debtor's exam in California.
That's interrogatories, a debtor's exam. You can pull the rings off the fingers, the watches off the wrist, and if they give you a hard time, you can call the bailiff in. The bailiff make them do it.
I don't know about that, at least not in California. Maybe in whatever
I've done
jurisdiction you're in. So
I've done it. Taking the keys to the car. That's when I was, before I reformed to become the wonderful person I am now.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that it works quite that way. In order to get an asset like a car, you would have to normally put a lien on it. But I don't know what jurisdiction you're in, and I don't know.
That was years ago. I did have a lien on it, and boy, I'm making myself look bad. But I tell you what, I've just had a set of keys, had a lien. People didn't make the payments. You just get in the car in their driveway and drive off if you got a spare set of keys.
That is true. If you have a lien,
yeah, and I've done it. I've done it. I'm not proud of it.
I've never made fun of you for that, Josh. I have never made fun of you for that, and I'm glad that old George is entertaining you. All right, we're gonna continue on with the video.
Didn't you also do one with the local PD, which would be a state request?
Didn't do one with the state because if there's not one on file with the federal, there wouldn't be one internally. So because when I told them they didn't have jurisdiction or an agreement, they all just shook their head. Well, that's not always accurate. That's their way of saying, shit, he's calling us out and we can't sit here and lie on his camera and we don't know for sure. So because the sergeant actually had to make some calls.
Yeah.
So I think that's where.
Well, if you ask people about something that doesn't fucking exist and they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you'll confuse them and they'll have to make some calls. Oh, interesting. Hold on a second. We might be taking a little break from this. We're going to copy that and we're going to paste that here. We're going to watch this little video.
All right.
You can call anyone she wants. She can call police for like her.
This is the Wiggins arrest.
Somebody's asking my profession. In my salad days, I was what's called an entrepreneur. Are we watching a video, or am I interrupting?
We're watching a video. You're not really interrupting.
Okay.
I don't think anybody's really caring about the audio in it.
Okay.
Sorry,
was
I gotta
asking
happen.
about this. So this is the video part 1 of 2
Let me take a
for NGO publications. This is apparently the Wiggum's arrest. So I will put the link to this one in chat. How about that? That's the link to the Wiggum's arrest. And we're watching part 1 of 2.
Poster 7.
Oh,
They got
talking about poster 7.
They took down poster 7.
Look, it's not in here anymore.
Oh wow.
It used to be down here.
Oh,
You guys took down
wow.
Poster 7 here. Oh wow. It's a public place. It's not a private place.
How many cases have I prosecuted? I've never been a prosecutor, so I don't know. I mean, I understand you're ass mad, but I've never been a prosecutor. I have been the defense attorney a few times, only on minor cases, misdemeanors, and things like that. But I've never been a prosecutor, nor would I want to be. So, if that helps you.
Yeah.
No, unless you're going to refuse my business.
No. Please don't call the police. You don't want to waste your time.
She's the one that
You
threatened
don't
my business.
definitely don't want to waste your time. They got better things to do. We're in a public accessible area right here. Is this a private place or is this paid for by the taxpayers? Okay, that's you. The requirement is for federal employees. In fact, you don't have to wear it anymore. It's up to you. Why would you want to wear it? You do what you feel you have to do. You want to get educated today? You'll get educated today.
Little did he know that he was going to be the one receiving the education that day.
I shaved about a week ago. I'm just answering somebody in the chats.
I know. I put it up there. Yeah, it's pretty
See ya.
nice beard you got there, George.
Thank you.
I know. I can't believe they took it down. Do you see it over there? Oh, right here. Oh, yeah. First, let's see. Second Amendment. Here we go.
Recording presence.
Do you realize no, I know. Do you realize that what you're doing right now, you're talking about another customer and you're disparaging my character because of your personal opinions?
No, I'm not.
You should be
Man, we have business here.
No, she asked what our policy is.
Man, we have business here, man. You're impeding. You're okay. Well, I'm not done. Man, I am not done. Oh, I'm not done, man. I still have business to conduct here. No, I haven't checked my mail. I couldn't remember which one it was.
That's all right. I get to it.
So, are you qualified to comment upon possible criminal activity with no arrest? Am I qualified to? Where is the qualification required? I believe there is this thing called the what was it again? Oh, the fucking First Amendment, you asshat. Jesus fucking Christ. Yes, anybody could comment. That's why we have the First Amendment, you fucking tool bag.
Oh, I don't know.
When BZ was in, a lot of people were commenting, no, it's, they all holler for First Amendment until somebody says something they don't like.
First Amendment doesn't apply in here. This is not a government space.
What are they doing now?
Oh, they're just filming random things in here.
Sorry, ma'am. I am just a public accessible area.
Okay. Well, I'm just letting you know I'm talking to the police right now.
That's okay.
Okay.
I have no problem with that.
Kayla.
I have no problem with that at all.
Oh, the Wiggins video. Okay.
Ma'am, it's a policy. It's not a law.
Policy is the law. But we just had Michael Ehline talk about how you can sue for policy for violations of policy. Isn't that fucking crazy?
That's great. Thank you.
No problem.
Isn't it crazy how violations of policy that policy is law sometimes and not law other times? Yeah, I'm the clown, says the guy who calls himself Mad Hatter. Yeah, I'm the clown.
Nice post office. Pretty big. Actually, you haven't spent much time here, but it's pretty nice.
You have too many employees, aren't you?
A lot of taxpayer money goes into this, huh? Wow. Well, good money. You want to answer questions? And when you get here, you just go over here. Okay? Just right here. I'll talk to you. If something happens, I'll give you a phone. All right? Let's come pick you up.
Well, I could be wrong, but hatters used to go crazy from the chemicals that they use to make hats, and that's how Mad Hatter.
Man, you can't use this in business here because we don't wear masks.
Yeah, that's true.
The governor lifted the mandate. First of all, the mandate wasn't even for us. It was for you guys. You guys are the employees. You guys are the federal employees. We're not federal employees. This is not a state issue. This is a federal issue. Hello. Excuse me. This is this is a public place, ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am, you're gonna trespass me from a public. That's fine, but I'm being orderly, ma'am. You're gonna trespass me from here. Okay.
I'm gonna give everybody a free piece of advice. When law enforcement starts putting on their fucking gloves when they're dealing with you, when they start putting on gloves, an ass whooping is incoming. You probably want to just comply at that point. If they're saying get out, you probably want to just fucking get out.
Trespassing from here? Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm being totally orderly. You guys want to violate my rights? That's fine. Are you saying I have no? Are you saying I have no business?
You are trespassing off the property.
Okay. Badge number.
404. Go
Name.
home.
No.
I will remove you if you do not leave the property.
That's fine.
She's touching you.
Get out
Ma'am,
of here.
please don't touch me. Don't touch me, ma'am. That's fine. Here's badge number, name. Wait. I'm leaving. I'm not leaving.
You are not leaving. It's bad. It's bad when it goes from leave to you are not leaving. All right, let's go to pace and go. This is number 2.
Okay.
Did you ever see the movie A Bronx Tale?
That's fine. You want to arrest me? That's fine. I'm on a fire. Hey, I'm on a public area. Public area.
Oof, that is sad. That poor fella. I can see why he's mad. Oof. Poor fella.
No, that's fine. You want to arrest me? That's fine. I'm on a fire. Hey, I'm on a public area.
Hey, George, you have a lovely head of hair. How do you feel about that poor fella?
Well, thank you very much.
You ever have to deal with someone who's just really upset about losing all their hair?
Oh, I had a friend when we went to high school together. When he was like 20 years old, the joke was, how did you get so much face to wash? I mean, his face went all the way up here. And he hated, he'd see me and I hadn't had a haircut in a while. And because I have a lot of curls and you could see his forehead, his ears getting red. He just couldn't stand it. He'd get hair club for men stuff and hide it. We were roommates when we were younger, and he forgot to hide his hair club for men paraphernalia, and I gave it to some friends to pass around. So anyway, he didn't like that. But yeah, people get jealous if you got a nice head of hair. You should have a nice head of hair, Merv. I've seen you without a hat. You just don't let it grow out. Yeah, you got a thick head of hair. Mike Ehline says it's because you're Amish.
Yeah. Mennonite.
Mennonite.
So Mad Hatter has pulled his head out of his ass long enough to figure out that these aren't BZ's videos. So that's great. That's good time. Why are you comparing BZ's non-arrest videos? Am I comparing a non-arrest video to an arrest video? That's fucking weird. Because George, did you think we were comparing a non-arrest video to an arrest video?
No,
I didn't either. So that's kind of weird that Mad Hatter would be thinking that. Do you think Mad Hatter might be a fucking retard?
I think he might have some age on him given his picture.
Maybe just Alzheimer's kicked in.
Yeah. Old timers.
There you go.
I'm on public area.
That's
Public area. You see what happened?
Civil War era.
Public area. This is fine. I've done nothing wrong. Totally order. You guys are being disorderly. You guys are tyrants. You guys are tyrants. You guys are tyrants. You're being very disorderly right now. I've done nothing wrong. I've done nothing wrong. I'm in a public area. Accessible area. I'm in a public accessible area. You cannot evict me from a public accessible area. I'm a civilian. I'm a taxpayer. Come on, seriously. I'm relaxed. You're the ones working disorderly. You guys are taking me. You guys are punishing me. You guys are done. Sir, I can't help. I'm handcuffed. I need some help. They're kidnapping me. Look at this. They're kidnapping me. They're kidnapping me.
Jesus, it's the same fucking no, they're arresting you, dude. There's a reason why we have the word arrest and the word kidnapping. They have different meanings. Jesus.
Nothing wrong.
What's your badge number? What's your badge number? What is your badge number, please? No. What is your badge number, please?
Okay, he's being arrested. You can come up.
Stop walking at us.
Stop! You're threatening me. You're walking towards me. Stop threatening me. No, you're walking towards me. Stop threatening me.
Thank you. You know what police station is at? You can come up there.
What's your badge number?
I am 52, Officer Moore.
Your department. What's your position? Yeah, we know about the thin blue line. Yeah. Yeah, wait, you don't. Sure. Yeah, I can get it.
I got it.
Did you get all of it?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, so he got arrested, and he tried to remove it to federal court, and he was unable to remove it to federal court because, well, states have jurisdiction to enforce, at least in that post office. Now, may there be some post offices that were established either before 1940 or where the federal government has exercised its right to exclusive jurisdiction? Maybe, sure, yeah. But to make a blanket statement that all post offices are like that is pretty stupid. So anyway, back to the Ehline video.
They got the right.
Oh God.
Oh my God, thank you, dude. We've got a super sticker from Let's Go TVO. This is dope, man. Thank you guys for supporting the channel.
Oh,
How much was the super sticker?
Is that a
Then-
sticker? Oh, that's a sticker. not a-
1999. Boy, he got a chubby about $20, didn't
Right.
It's a super sticker. I don't know what that means, but I think it's super cool. And
The word super. That's all.
I just like it that super people are supporting our super conversations, which I think are really super duper. And in this case, DZ, I would recommend, irrespective of what a federal agency says, is that as you're doing these records requests, to do a local request to isolate any types of policies and procedures that this local PD or even the sheriff might have to do interjurisdictional law enforcement, what type of federal training.
I'm actually waiting for anything to come back from Tarrant County sheriffs, Tarrant County Constable, Dallas County Sheriff, Dallas County Constable, and any other local law enforcement in those counties.
Good.
Because you're asking for the wrong thing. You're asking for something that doesn't exist. And so you're not going to get anything back. It's so fucking frustrating. I am running out of time here. I have a hard stop coming up at 2:30. So just FYI.
I must have done about 100 FOIAs. I slammed them and drowned them. I'm just waiting for the responses. They got
Well, the
20
way-
business days.
So the way it works is they're going to play hide the ball with things that they don't want to give you, but you can sort of play ping pong with different agencies and get things from them. And then you know what the other agencies are hiding from you. And it helps you develop a strategy to get what you really want. And one person to follow would be Tom Fitton, TOMFITTON from Judicial Watch. He is the grand master of getting public records where government officials try and hide things and conceal public information from the public, and he gets it. And then, of course, the news media tries to bury it. But still, nonetheless, pretty amazing what he's been able to do. And I recommend that you take a look at some of his strategies. Let's go ahead and play the rest of this.
Hey, before you go, I just want to do a shout out to Chris Bedesa. He just joined. He was sending me messages while we were live streaming, so I told him to come in the room. He's actually the person that sent me the unredacted memo.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Thanks, Chris, for joining us, man. If you ever need anything, you can just reach out to BZ and I'll do what I can. I don't practice law in all the states. I'm only licensed in Texas and California, but I know a lot of lawyers.
So Vince points out that there are extraterritorial post offices on places like military bases. Absolutely.
And if I can't do anything directly to help you, at least I can try to lead you in the right direction. And hopefully these general principles that you're learning from the show will help you expand on strategies and tactics. And so again, what you want to do is don't just be satisfied with their responses. Always try and look at what they gave you and look at ways to drill down to get what you really want. Start with general and become more specific. And we can do private chats in the future for my paid members to talk about these things because I don't want to share like all the great secrets and years of experience with everybody in the world. But I'm going to go ahead and share this with you really quick.
No jurisdiction. All right. So they called all the armed men with guns to come get me today.
Well, so the land has to be something that the federal government has taken exclusive jurisdiction over. So for example, if there are multiple agencies in one building that has been a federal building that for some reason they took over the full control over. Anyway, all I'm saying is that probably, well, you'd have to check. You'd always have to fucking check. You'd have to check to see. You'd have to find out whether or not the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction. If the state police, if the county, city police are in there trying to enforce state, city, or local laws. So that's you'd have to do your homework and find out. I would always advise people to err on the side of the caution and not push it, not find out, because you could end up with charges and jail time.
When you're ready for it, I'll tell you an interesting story about a post office that I owned.
I seriously doubt it's going to be an interesting story, but go ahead. Knock it out.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? All my stories are interesting.
I'm sure you think so.
Ha. Well, listen, my dad stumbled across this property that was leasing to a post office for 70 years or more. And he bought the property. And he wanted to turn it into an antique shop. And the post office was still renting. And so Dad had to go get all these approvals from the county. The local people got mad because, well, where are we going to pick up our mail? And the post office paying my father $300 a month. And I laughed to myself because my brothers are big old corn-fed boys. And I just wondered to myself, if that's the same attitude we possessed back in the day existed now, and somebody came on Dad's property with cameras and stuff, what would happen when those two rolled out of the bushes in a bad mood? But anyway, so Dad got fed up. He told me, look, son, if you want to buy this property, you can have it for what I paid for it. I said, okay. So I bought the property off him. And I had a lot of experience in politics as far as board of supervisors, real estate, and all this kind of stuff. So I let them know I purchased the property from my father. And next thing I know, I get a certified letter from the post office. Imagine that. And I opened it up and said, well, we want to stay, but we want a 10-year lease. And we want you to pave the parking lot and put in central air conditioning. And you know how much rent they were paying?
No.
$300. So I sent them a certified letter back. Notice, this is your 30-day notice to vacate the property that I'm renting to you at blah, 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 under code such and such, under whatever state, and a 30-day eviction notice. Goodbye. So anyway, when I bought the property off of Dad, he had title insurance. The people that sold, was a church that sold the property to my father, was renting to the post office, was an Episcopal church. They were deeded the property since before this nation was a nation. It was an unbroken deed from the days of King George till my father bought the property in the 1980s. Dad bought title insurance, cost him like $195. And when I went to settle, Dad said, you better get title insurance. And they said, well, we'll renew it for you for $120. So I'm like, I said, I don't want to spend $120. And my dad said, do it. And I thought, how much cleaner of a deed can you have since before this country was a country, and then from father to son? He said, do it. I said, so I bought the title insurance. So anyway, the property ended up being a beauty parlor after I got rid of the post office, and I sold the property, had it under contract. Some family member comes up with a lease that their grandmother signed to graze her horses on that property for 99 years, and there was still 30 years left on the lease. The title company had to pay the family off for the grazing rights for 10 grand. only sold the property for $59,000. So my father was right that always get title insurance no matter what you think, how clean a deed can be. So anyway, I evicted the post office. I had a beauty parlor there for a couple of years. I sold the property and made money. And thank you, my dear old dad, who's gone on to his great reward for making me spend that $120 to save me $10,000. So is that an interesting story or what? Merb?
What? What's going on?
Are you doing? I know what you're doing. You were pulling a Rakita. We're gonna.
What was?
You were pulling a Rakita. No. Did you really fall asleep during that interesting story? Let me check the comments here. I don't believe it.
Vince, what's the parallel non-postal CFR? If you go ahead and post that, I'd appreciate it. That was an excellent story, George. Thank you so much for telling us all about.
Wait a minute. Let me see what they said in the comments. They're the ones that count.
All right. In the meantime, what was I doing?
You were doing something probably like Rakita was doing, but you're slicker about it.
Well, they kept asking me why I was recording. I tried to give them a brief and generic reason for recording. And then when I tried to ask for their name and title, make sure you don't turn off your body cam so that it's expiring under 18, 242, and 241.
So what were you doing here? Were you
Just filming. First Amendment, freedom of press. Their poster 7, which governs the rules and regulations on federal property, says I can. You guys don't have an extra jurisdictional agreement to actually contract unless I'm actually being very disorderly or violent. I've already done.
Just as an aside, that body armor looks really uncomfortable underneath his shirt, doesn't it?
That's just a layer of diabetes, man.
I would just rather wear like a patrol incident gear. You know what I mean? As opposed to that. It's not my deal. I don't know.
On my homework before yes.
Yeah, but you'll never be a cop, Michael Ehline. You'll never be a cop.
And I told them to call the Postal Inspection Service before they called you guys out here. I don't have a name because I've talked to several people over there. That's why I was able to FOIA this. And that's why, sir, there's a 1-800 number for you to call. All law enforcement or the Postal Service is supposed to call that.
You don't want to touch that.
Okay.
Sure, I got a name that we know that we know.
Well, sir, you're not going to get my identification unless I committed a crime. In the state of Texas, I have to be lawfully detained. I'm exercising a First Amendment right to film in public. I don't think it's going to be any clear. The only reason I'm here is investigating the conduct of the Postal Service. And sir, it's not a business, sir. It's a federal entity. Like I said, do me a favor. If you guys want to complete your investigation before you take action, do anything that would cause you to lose your qualified immunity here, I would expect you call that Postal Service and ask if I have permission to record on the property.
So the manager and her supervisor,
sir,
they don't want you. They don't want
sir,
doesn't matter.
For what reason? I wasn't being disorderly.
It doesn't matter. They don't get on. It doesn't
No.
matter. They don't get on.
He's wrong.
It does, sir. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Okay, do me a favor. Your body cam all right? Name and badge number. Stop the clock so I can slow things down.
Wow, great job, dude.
No, when I say stop the clock, I mean slow them down so I can start thinking and get my thoughts together.
Yeah. You want me to stop the video, or is that
No. I'm just saying I'm slowing them down by asking for their name and badge number.
No, this is really good. This is
a tactic that Chili does sometimes.
he's making the real money.
Look what I put. He's teaching rookies to do what?
Violate citizens' rights on federal property.
Okay. Now, if I don't leave, you're going to arrest me, right? Yes. So under threat of arrest, you guys are saying that you will, not can, but you will arrest me if I don't leave right now. Yeah, I have to be. I issued a criminal trespass warning, and it has to be a federal code on federal property, not state. State, Can I get a supervisor, please? Just call a supervisor.
He's right there.
And we're out of the lobby, so we've already accomplished.
Hey, Mike, pause that for a second.
Yeah, and hey, real
I know,
quick,
but I'm
excuse me,
already-
I got to commend you. I did. I got to commend you at how kind you are and polite you are.
So he did avoid, by the way, he did avoid the trespass because he had already left the post office. So, yay, congratulations. Oh, where'd George go? Damn it. Someone had the balls to come up here and you guys weren't nice to him. Damn it. Okay, all right. So weights number one. So the way the particular statute has been interpreted has changed since Adams, and the language has changed since Adams. Federal jurisdiction now they have concurrent. So they only have exclusive if they've actually asked for it. Welcome back. You're not old George. You are old George. Okay. Welcome back, old George.
I got kicked off. I was trying to check the chats.
All right.
Somebody I want to.
So I'm just explaining something real quick. So so exclusive jurisdiction isn't required, but the court or the state doesn't have, or the federal government doesn't have to do anything for concurrent. So it always has concurrent. Well, it presumptively has concurrent, but not exclusive. So concurrent means that you could be arrested and charged with violating a state crime, or arrested and charged with violating a federal crime. Now, in Waits, he was arrested by federal law enforcement, and they were charging him. What they wanted to do is they wanted to charge him under state charges, because if they're we had talked previously a couple days ago how if the federal government on exclusive federal property doesn't have the you know what, in Waits that might have been an older post office, so it might be exclusive jurisdiction. But anyway, regardless, the issue in Waits is they wanted to charge him under state charges, and the court in Waits said no, there's actually a federal charge on point, so you can't charge him under the state charges. So it wasn't a state trespass conviction because it was being brought by the federal government. T-E-S, right? W-A-I-T-E-S. Yeah, so the Federal Simulated Crimes Act permits Oregon trespass statute. So that's the Assimilated Crimes Act. That's what we talked about earlier. That's this one, 7. This one. So exclusive or concurrent jurisdiction. But let's see if they had exclusive jurisdiction. Force occasions.
You know, I contacted Ehline.
About what?
Coming up on his panel.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he talked to BZ, and BZ said no. And you know, I don't get it, because they've never met. They're just. I heard Ehline say that the other day. He said, "I've never met BZ. We're just mutual. What do you call it? Marine, whatever they are. What do they fancy themselves?" So anyway, the more I watch them, the more I'm glad I didn't go up.
All right, so Waits was brought. It was state charges brought under the Assimilated Crimes Act in district court. That's how it got to the Ninth Circuit. He wasn't charged in state court. He was charged in a district court. District courts would only have jurisdiction over the state charge through the Assimilated Crimes Act. So that's the problem there. I don't know if the particular post office in Waits was exclusive or concurrent jurisdiction. I don't believe it matters for the purposes of this particular before this particular holding, because either way, the district court didn't have jurisdiction over the assimilated crimes because there was a federal crime on point.
Oh, no. If you notice, I took charge. I didn't just request the first time. The second time, I said, get your supervisor.
I get it, but your demeanor is firm, but it's also respectful. And I think that if I was on a jury and I was having to judge this video, I would feel that you were evenly keeled. And that's what most juries look at. They feel you're an aggressor if you become aggressive. Go ahead, BZ. Talk to me.
Oh, I was just saying at this.
Well, I don't know. In a criminal lawsuit, or not a criminal lawsuit, in a criminal case, I don't think that they look to see whether you're the aggressor necessarily, unless that's an element. The court will instruct the jury what the elements are, and the jury will then make a decision on whether or not they've met those elements. Now, in a civil lawsuit, then I think it gets a little bit more squishy.
Well, I was giving that cop directives. He wasn't going to give me directives.
Right. And it's amazing how you can take charge by not letting other people get your goat. And that's really something.
And then after the supervisor gets involved, like when he disappears to go do his thing here in a minute, I want
Yeah.
you to watch how I just insult these guys over and over and over without actually raising my voice or sounding insulting.
Yeah.
And it's just hilarious because I make these guys, well, I don't make them look dumb. They just look dumb themselves. It's just, they do it to themselves. I mean, I just.
Yeah, the classic one.
You know, the funny thing, Brick, is I am aware the internet is forever. And I've been doing this now since 2013 or thereabouts. I started making videos in 2018. So, yeah, I mean, you'd think that if I was that bad, there would be a lot of shit out there. Time you out again? Sure, absolutely, brother. Absolutely. I'd be delighted to. There you go. You asked for it, you got it. So anyway, I'm not doing the kinds of things I think that are going to get me a lot of notoriety. I don't make it up onto the clip channels like Alyssa's clips or anything like that. Kino Casino isn't doing shit on me. I'm not getting called out by Robert Barnes on Facebook for my opinions, my legal opinions. So I'm pretty sure that you know, I'm okay with what I've been doing.
Well, if I was on a jury, I would be saying to myself, what is their purpose? Why are they there? When he makes comments like, watch how I insult them repeatedly, and Ehline saying, well, you stand your ground and you do it all comes across to me that their whole purpose to be there is to shit stir. Whatever their notions in their mind about their rights, about the rights of everybody in the world, they're there to stir shit. And how do you get around that with a jury?
So again, in a criminal case, the jury would be instructed on the elements they need to look at by the judge. The judge would be using the jury instructions, either that the prosecution provided, the defense provided, or his own set. But that's what the jury would be making this decision on. And as far as BZ Watchdog's comment here, says show the whole video, show where I had the rights to go back in. Don't show things to defame people. I haven't cut anything out of this video. I've just been streaming it. I haven't skipped anywhere. If there is anything missing, blame that on Ehline. I've been showing the entire video. So if the police tell you have the right to go back in, then awesome. That doesn't change anything about whether or not the police had whether or not the police have concurrent jurisdiction or whatever. So I mean, he can copyright strike me as much as he wants. I will file a counter to it, whatever they call that, and then he can sue me over it.
Fair use.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's not going to sue me over it. If he did sue me over it, he would lose because this is fair use. But I don't know why you think. Well, so technically, there's 5 more minutes. So let's get to it. We'll see what we do. And you know what? What the hell is his name? BZ Watchdog. Let's go back one.
Showing the whole thing with commentary. That's fair use.
Videos. I'm gonna guess it's this one. It is this one. So how about this? BZ? There you go. There's BZ's video. If anyone thinks that for some reason I haven't been fair or I've cut portions out, you can go watch the entire video on BZ's channel, and you can give him all the clicks and views and likes that you want. So there you go.
But calm, and I would say that's a really great characterization.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, and then Chris says pigs and perceived authority, and I hear that a lot from a lot of Chili's viewers, especially that they really want to put out this impression that they have all this power, and that turns a lot of people off. And and Katie Kidman agrees. Yeah,
I love it. LTVO says clean, not mean. I love it.
Where's that one at? I'm trying to find all the cool ones.
The very bottom. Yeah.
So everybody give Let's OTVO a bunch of ones because he helps me moderate this bad chicken. And when I first started out, I thought I was going to be like Mr. Elon Musk and let everybody talk. And then I started to realize a lot of these people are just really rude, evil, demonic people. They should they have nothing positive to say. And so Let's OTVO really has helped me a lot, and I really appreciate that. And hey, by the way, where's Miss Constitutional Law Scholar? Not happy that she's not here.
Constitutional rights.
Miss Constitutional Rights. I expect Miss Constitutional Rights Law Scholar. to get her butt over here and to help us
Are
start.
we hooking her up with Chili? Is she going to be Mrs. Constitutional Law Scholar?
I hope so. I hope that she manages the channel. By the way, guys, if you guys want me to talk like Joe Biden, no, but honestly, if you guys want me and BZ to do a to do a show on delete laws this weekend, give me a topic, and I'll do a drive to help sell some cop cards.
You know what, Chris Budisa is very informative, educational. I wouldn't mind to see what kind of topic he'd like to throw at us.
Well, if he's got something, just let me know. Let's keep watching this bad chicken.
Roll that
Yeah,
beautiful
property
footage.
for whatever they're
doing. Okay. Supervisor, I'm requesting supervisor at this point. And I already told you I'm leaving under arrest, but we're going to get a supervisor first. Okay. So I'm letting you know I'm complying with your orders, even though they're unlawful. It is, sir.
Okay, if you do this, then
There's no if. I asked you if I don't leave. You said you will arrest me for trespass. And I've not been issued a criminal trespass.
this is your criminal trespass.
Okay.
This is your warning. This is your criminal trespass. This is your warning. This is your criminal trespass. This is your warning.
Okay, just so you know, I was trespassing.
So what the criminal, so I don't know why the cop said this is your criminal trespass. You have to be given notice in Texas that you've been trespassed. So at this point, the cop is saying, like, if you go back in, I'm assuming the cop is saying that if you go back in, you will be arrested for criminal trespass, is what I'm assuming he's saying.
Pass right there. Case law, Moore versus United States Post Office. And you guys really need to get educated in Texas, guys.
The whole world gone crazy. Am I the only one around here who gives a shit about the rules?
What case did he cite?
This is your warning. This is your criminal trespass. This is your warning.
Okay, just so you know, I was trespassed right there. Case law, Moore versus United States Post Office.
Moore versus United States Post Office. More v.
This ought to be good.
Yes. What's that?
This ought to be good.
I doubt it.
Well, the way, in my experience with trespassing, the cop would come around and say, "Look, this is a verbal that's valid for 24 hours. If I see you on this property in the next 24 hours, you'll be arrested. If the owner follows up with a written notice, then that is good for however long the state. I think it was 2 years where I was located. And you had to pay $12 to the local sheriff's office for them to formally hand a written notice of trespass. But the verbal was 24 hours. And you couldn't deliver a trespass notices or collection notices or anything on a Sunday, and it's still that way. Isn't that something?
Something all right.
Moore versus Post Office. BZ put it in the chats.
Oh, he put a link?
No, he just put the words Moore versus Post Office, MOORE.
Yeah, but that's usually not very helpful. How many Moores are out there? I found one that deals with post office. I'm looking at it right now.
Fire Moth said they're unlearning things right now. Well, maybe sometimes that's the best way to learn things. You know, each county or parish or whatever has different ways of doing things, enforcing trespass notices. But they're generally consistent because they have sheriff's associations or whatever, and they all get together and talk about common conflicts, and they pretty much do a uniform way of handling things.
So in this particular case, at least this part, it was dismissed. Is it a circuit court decision, BZ? Do you have the actual citation to it? Do you have the actual citation? This is for federal records. This isn't it. Appendix. Oh, this is an appeal. Hold on a second. Nope. This is about her workers' comp claim. Union duty. Mm-hmm. Give false name to an inspector.
BC said the disorderly stuck, but the trespass was overturned for protected First Amendment right.
Well, if the disorderly stuck, then that doesn't sound right. Why don't you give me a citation?
Fire Moth says the link has been there for 5 hours, man.
What?
I guess the link to your stream.
I guess.
I guess Fire Moth talking about that. There, Jasper.
But it's I do have a hard cutoff. I said I had to cut off at 2:30. So maybe we'll pick this up later. I gotta pay for an Italian dinner tonight. So thank you everybody for watching. Thank you, old George, for coming up. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening, everybody.